drumroll finishes, and the target is hit.
And names it. We've got a brilliant second set of the week, and it comes on finals night, and it's another
Brilliant! Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
It's a B for his second tub plus check of the night. Double 16, magnificent. And that is a hammer blow applied by the hammer. He's done it once, twice, 3 times tonight, data for Conor Heenahan. Is it as easy as 1, 2, 3? To open up a 3-2 lead? Yes, it is. It's a second tub plus check out of the match there for Justin Smith.
Look at this, tops for call. And he's off to a flyer.
Tops.
He's calling one more dart, double 16. He kisses in off the barrel, and Reece Colley has finally got over the line.
Good morning, welcome along to the Modus Super Series from the live lounge here in Portsmouth as week 5 gets underway, and somebody is looking to join a Champions Week which is quite literally stacked with champions. And on the subject of champions, we've got the 10-time world champion Trina Gulliver with us throughout the course of this week. And when you look at this week 5, we've got players that are proven in this building that have won weeks before, but I think it's fair to say that opportunity definitely knocks.
Yeah, it's a great lineup this week, and yeah, there's going to be some fantastic games along the way, I'm sure.
Well, Champions Week already looks absolutely stacked when you look at the names involved. Everybody has won or done something of note in their career so far. Jess Smith, former Lakeside finalist, multiple winner in North America. Scott Taylor, of course, a former champion here. John O'Shea, the former World Masters champion. And the reigning WDF World Champion, Shane McGuire, the latest winner on Saturday night. And not just did he win, he won in some style, average of 103 in the final. And it's fair to say that he's embracing the tag of world champion.
He really is. And, you know, he seems to be getting better and better. And, yeah, there's no heavy shoulder for him. And he seems to have taken that victory and is progressing with it.
How much credit does Shane need to be given for that? Because I can imagine when you win that world title for the first time, as you'd know all too well, I can imagine it adds a different tag on your shoulders, where I suppose Shane's gone from being somebody that can maybe go under the radar to the draw that everybody wants. Yeah,
it's you know, it can give people an expectation of how you play, and you know, you've got your own expectations as well. But he seems to be carrying it forward well, and he's progressing really well, and he's loving it.
And he's going to be a real contender when it comes to Champions Week in the middle of August. But to what's going to happen in week 5 now, and this is the lineup that we are going to see. And in terms of Group A, Carl Sneed, a winner on the Challenge Tour this year, one of the headline names, alongside the former World Championship finalist in Andy Hamilton. Group B has former winners in Justin Smith, Reece Colley and Conor Heenahan. And of course, Heenahan with 3 9-darters in this particular building, whilst Group C sees 2 Welsh players in Kelvin O'Keefe and Michael Huntley in there. And this is how the odds break down for the week. And I suppose the interesting one here is Carl Sneed. We've mentioned the form that he's been in 2025, a winner on the Challenge Tour. He's improving all the time. But at 13-2, potentially could be a bit of a value play.
Yeah, I think that's good value there. And yeah, like you say, he's been playing really well, and he's coming into this, and, you know, he's enjoying his game at the moment. So that's going to be a bonus. You know, when you're enjoying your game, you play better. So, yeah, I think the odds there are very good.
It is 18 plus. It is gambleaware.org. If you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series this morning. Right, let's get into the action then, shall we? And we're going to see Andy Hamilton in the first game of the session. The Hammer, who made it through to Champions Week a couple of series ago, is looking to return to the big dance here in Portsmouth. Prior to his opening match, I had a little chat with the former world finalist. Andy, 13th appearance here at the Super Series. Before we talk about this week, what does that say about your longevity and your love for this place?
Oh, without a doubt, I could play every week. I could. Obviously, where I'm situated in my life, this gives me the competitive side of the game I want on that stage as well, which is where everyone wants to be. This is just part of learning curve for a lot of kids coming through now. For me, it's just part of my longevity in my game.
In terms of this week, how much are you looking forward? How much are you going to embrace the challenge?
I always embrace a challenge. For me, it's just another stepping stone for me. I want to improve all the time. As long as I come in and do the best I can, that's all I want. And most of all, just enjoy the game. In
terms of your form recently, how would you describe it?
I'm going to say my form was more competitive now. I've been playing a lot of the ADC events just for try to get out a bit of practice. And everyone says match practice is better than just throwing it home. So I'm doing a lot of that now. I should do more of that in the future. So that's my way forward to get my match practice in.
And in terms of your recent record here, it's a very good one. By and large, you tend to qualify for Saturday, one a week, of course, in the last 6 months or so. So when you come here, it tends to be a good week for yourself. Yeah, exactly. We all come here to win. And for me, I just want to keep playing well. I won't qualify for Saturday night. Then it's all about qualifying for the Champions Week. And that's that's what keeps me going. Just these little, put these little trophies in front of me. And I want to keep achieving them. Obviously, I want to get Champions Week and I'd like to win the Champions Week as well. Well, great to see the smile on Facebook. Look forward to watch you play. Andy, good luck. Cheers, Andy. Thank you very much. Well, it's hammer time here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Andy Hamilton back for a 13th stab at the Modus Super Series. And he takes on David Fatum, the American, in his opening game here. And it's fair to say that you can't miss David in that particular shirt. If anything, you might get lost in that particular shirt that he is wearing. The American making his debut in this competition, having spent a fair bit of time in the UK in 2025. As for Andy Hamilton, well, I suppose he's a part of the furniture here, isn't he? Played here right from the very inception, been involved in every single series here at the Modus Super Series. Up against Fatum, the 56-year-old from Phoenix, throwing with a Cosmo Scorpion dart, making his debut here in Portsmouth, having enjoyed a weekend in sunny Selsey up the coast and hoping to be back here at the end of August for Champions Week. Owen Binks is the man in charge of all of the action from Colchester in Essex, and he looks very pleased to be here on this Monday morning. Trina Gulliver is alongside me here in the commentary box throughout the course of the week, and for Andy Hamilton, back for another opportunity here at the Super Series, and somebody who's very much made the Live Lounge his own.
Yeah, he loves it down here. He's very passionate about the game, and that will show within his performance this week, I'm sure.
First leg,
I
it's
think it was
Andy to
interesting
throw
just
first.
listening to what he was saying in the
Game on.
interview this morning, that there just seemed to be a smile on his face. And I can imagine for somebody like Andy, there's some players that have had the careers and they just peter off a little bit when that love of the game and the form begins to dip. But he seems like he wants to do everything right. He knows whereabouts he is. He knows whereabouts his game is. But he's enjoying it, and he's enjoying and embracing everything that comes with the challenge.
Yeah, he went through a spell where he wasn't enjoying it, and
60.
You know, that told in his darts, and now he's changed a few things in his life, and he's managed to turn things around, and he's come back with a vengeance, and he's loving the game again. And that's, like I said, if you enjoy the game, you will play better darts.
Well, the last thing you want to do is for it to be a chore, and for David, it's certainly not being a chore playing this game. He's doing his fair bit of travelling. He's been involved in the Dutch Open, got through to the final of that earlier on this year. He's played in the Isle of Man. He's played in Selsey. He's pretty much doing the traverse of Europe over the course of 2025, which will more likely than not culminate in an appearance at the Lakeside for the WDF World Championship.
$100. Andy require 122.
So a chance now for Andy to get the first leg on the board for the week.
$90.
Well, he's comprehensively outscored David in this opening leg, leaving himself on 32 after 12. Steady enough start for the Hammer, just looking to apply the finishing touches to this opening leg.
43. Andy require 32.
So double 16 now for Andy Hamilton. Double 8 then. He squeezed past that. He
16.
can't. But he will be back. There's David way back on 202. And all he can do is try and put a heavy score in here and hope he gets a
60.
chance.
And
You
he
feel that's
requires
not
16.
enough.
And so 2-8 to Hamilton.
Game shot in the first leg.
And eventually he takes
Andy
the
Hamilton.
opening leg. In terms of David, in terms of big
Second leg
stage
is David to throw
experience, it's not
first.
too
Game.
much of it, despite being around for as long as he has. He's played in one World Championship in his career. That was back in 2009 at the Alexandra Palace. He beat Shane O'Connor in
99.
the preliminary round of the tournament before then losing in the opening round to Rain Mardle by 3-0. Best performance on TV was a semi-final back at the old
95.
US Open, which was a tournament which took place out in the United States in the mid to late 2000s on terrestrial television in the UK. Made the semi-finals, lost out to Colin
60.
Lloyd, but picked up a few scalps along the way, the likes of Steve Beaton, Paul Lim, and he even beat our commentary colleague Chris Mason in the quarterfinals of that event.
80.
Well, David as well has literally just retired as a firefighter last Thursday, in fact.
100.
And only 3 weeks ago, he got married. So he's had a hectic time.
It's all going on. Well, let's hope that come the end of his week, his hopes won't go up in smoke.
Boom.
137.
I'm here all week. Well, not on Thursday and Friday, but I'm here for half the week. Which means I'm not here all week, but let's move on.
41.
It's been a bit of a slow burner, this one. But Hamilton here, 6 darts on 189 to break the throw and open up a 2-0 lead. It's been very, very comfortable thus far for the Hammer.
77.
A good last start there from Andy. Be coming back for the 112.
45. And he requires 112.
David really not getting into the flow at the moment. So 112 for Andy, and 92 remaining. Needs the treble 20. Can't find it, so all he'll do is set it up and hope
88.
that David doesn't take out
David
the
requires
156.
156.
Well, it's the first opportunity he's even had a glimmer of a chance, David, in this match. It's not going to be taking the 156, and so Hamilton will return for 2-12 to
54.
open up a
And he
2-0 lead.
require
And
24.
not that he needs a break of throw in this game, but if he can get one, he's got a real crumb of comfort.
Game
Takes it with
shot
his
the
first
second
start.
leg. Andy Hamilton.
Goes ahead in this match by 2-0. A break
So
and
that
throw
gets
there
Andy
as
to throw
well
first.
for
Game.
Andy Hamilton.
I get the sense this is a typically sleepy Monday morning kind of match where both players are just kind of going through the gears and just trying to find their top level.
58.
Yeah, well, Monday's all about settling in, isn't it, really? And, I mean, if you can get off to a great start, then even better. But it's a long week ahead. And, you know,
83.
it's not all over yet. Even if you have a poor day on the Monday, you know, it's still not over.
Well, last week, Jemai Van Den Herik was real proof of that. Lost his first 3 games on Monday before then going on to
133.
win Group A, pipping Spivey Man to the post.
$45.
I think he should take that tag on.
Spivey Man.
Yes. Greatest nickname ever created.
Did you come up with it, Henry?
Yes, yes.
Well, that's why it's the greatest, obviously.
55.
That's why you're saying it, isn't it?
Yes. I don't think we'll see him turn up in a
100.
Spider-Man outfit or anything like that anytime soon.
Well, I think Yeah, okay. I've just got this image now.
Shall we move on?
I think you'd be rather restricted.
93. 58.
Hamilton's got 6 darts here for 162 to open up a 3-0 lead in this game, averaging 87.46 despite missing 5 darts and a double. Pretty much playing to type his numbers for the year, 85.44, 37% in terms of his finishing, which I suppose could be categorised as nothing short of really, really solid.
Yeah, and he'll be coming back for double 18
97.
for a 3-0 lead.
And he required 36.
For double 18.
Game
Takes
shot
it with
the
his
third
first
leg.
start and does
Andy
indeed
Hamilton.
move ahead to a 3-0 lead.
Fourth leg, it's David to throw first.
Well, David, the latest debutant, who has realised that there is a 10-second stop clock before throwing first in a leg.
Yeah, I think that's throwing him a little bit. There's a couple of times where he's gone to the hockey a little bit
100.
sooner than he would have liked.
Well, it's something that's just completely unique to this particular competition because there's nowhere else where you have this little bit of a pause or a delay before you play the next leg.
No, it is unique, and when you first come here, it takes some getting used to.
60.
I have to admit.
Did you get found guilty?
I did, yeah. I was thinking, what's them seconds going on the board for? Yeah, it does take some getting used to, but
60.
once you know it's there, and when you're back here, you fall quickly back into that routine.
Well, David had a famous driver bring him into the live lounge this morning. He was dropped off outside the front
80.
door, was chauffeur driven by a multiple weekly winner in Matt Clark. They had a nice little leisurely stroll up the A27 down to
130.
the live lounge. Matt, a 3-time weekly winner here, former Champions Week runner-up. Spent plenty of time in this building as Superman. See, we could have a superhero
99.
week. Superman, Spivey Man.
Well, I was just thinking that. Who's next on the list, Henry?
I'll think.
140.
I'm sure you will. Well, this is a better leg here for David. Leaves himself 64 with Andy way back on 262.
92. David, it requires 64.
Does leave himself a finish, but will he get a chance? So double 8 now. And he
Game
takes it
shot
with his
the
second
fourth
dart
leg.
and gets the first
David
leg on the
Fatum.
board. In this match, he trails by 3 legs to 1.
Fifth leg, it's Andy to
Yeah, that
throw
was
first.
much more like it, wasn't it?
Game.
14 darter from David, forcing Andy Hamilton to serve this one out.
$99. $45.
I think that shirt is to put off his opponent. They're hoping that they'll stare into his back whilst
100.
he's throwing, and it mesmerises them.
It's like staring into a vortex, isn't it?
It is. It reminds me of
96.
Austin Powers.
Well, that's another one for the. I've actually got a text in regards to a potential superhero week.
Okay.
So you've got Man of Steel, Rob Collins.
93.
You got Iron Man, Kevin Burness. Super Ted Evans.
Oh, of course.
And Jake McMillan is Captain Canada.
120.
Well, there we have it then. I can see another week coming ahead.
The Gladiator, Mark McGeaney.
Absolutely.
And Spivey Man.
97. 45.
Hamilton here looking at 112
And he
to
require
get the job done. He's
112.
really taken control of this contest for the very first start and is now looking to put the seal and put the cap on it here. Shuffles across. Can't find the treble. Not that it's going to matter on this occasion with David all the way back on 192. So it's all about finishing the job off now for the former world
56.
finalist.
Yeah, leaves it very handy for his return. David just taking his time. Knows he needs a big score here to give him any chance whatsoever, but
41.
it's a disappointing
And
visit.
he require 56.
To 56 now for Andy to take the match. So top cent. Double 10. Takes it with his third
Shot on
dart.
the match.
And a
Andy
4-1 victory
Hamilton.
there for Andy Hamilton. Gets us off the mark this week. An average there of 87.56 for Andy. And 77.61 for David. A slow start for David this week. Checkouts 4 out of 10. And coming up next, Carl Sneed and Joe Croft.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGuire.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Andy Hamilton got the better of David Fatum by 4 legs to 1 to kick off his campaign for the week. Next up for us, we're going to see Carl Sneed and Joe Croft under the microscope for the first time. Carl has had a fantastic 2025, picking up his first Challenge Tour title. That gave him first appearances on the Pro Tour this year, and he's really much taken to it like duck to water, making it through to the last 16. Joe Croft, the 32-year-old from Cheshunt, a semi-finalist back in Series 7, but the last couple of appearances, I think he'll be the first to admit, hasn't quite yielded what he would have wanted. He was trending in the right direction around about this time a year ago. It's been a little bit up and down since. We saw him at the Tour Championship finals at the end of last year, and he'll be hoping to head back there after the last round of events in
First leg
Leicester
is Cole to
in
throw
August.
first.
But Carl
Game on.
Sneed is, I suppose, the name that we were talking about this morning. As we mentioned, Challenge Tour winner, and he's really followed up that success as well. In 2025, he's kind of been one of the
58.
players to watch really on the amateur circuit.
Yeah, like you say, he comes into this
99.
with a good record behind him. Joe, just back from the England Open as well.
22.
It's only down the road, so it makes sense for these players to take that in and then come on to the Modus Super Series
134.
this week.
Well, we see it a lot, don't we, where players will tie trips here into other things. Leonard Gates will buy a nice play in a seniors TV event, and then he'll make the trip down to Portsmouth just to make the trip worthwhile. We saw a couple of Aussie players that were playing at Q School that when they didn't get their car, put a week in here just to make
58.
the trip worthwhile. And because of the way the calendar works, if you can and if you're able to squeeze things like this in amongst trips, it just makes life a lot easier.
Yeah, it does. And for some, it's not that easy, obviously, because they have jobs. And, you know, time off from work
132.
is not always possible.
$140.
And that's a nice find there. That last start. 78, though, for Crofty. So tops for the first leg.
58.
Can't find it, so a chance now for
196.
Carl to take out the 96.
Draw 17. Well, a couple of wide ones for Carl Sneed early on, which has presented Joe Croft with 3 darts in hand at double 10 to get the break. An opportunity, so they're going to beg it, so Carl Sneed will come back to keep a hold of his throw.
Goes for the treble 14 there, but just slips into the treble 11. And he's hit the double 17. Some loose darts here.
No score.
From Carl.
Required 20.
Not a great start. So another chance for Crofty. Take out 20. Well, another chance for Carl.
No score. Carl requires 70.
Well, Carl's going to get 6 darts from 70, but conceivably he may only get 1 dart at a double. And it is just the solitary one at tops, but he only needed that 1 dart at tops.
Carl Sneed.
And Joe Croft will know that that was a leg that passed him by as they both look at the funny side of what was quite a farcical end to the first leg.
Yeah, Crofty been kicking himself there. Plenty of chances. Couldn't take them.
96.
So, but it was a holder throw for Carl.
78.
So it's not disastrous for Joe.
6 darts miss for Crofty to win that opening leg.
121.
Regular ADC qualifier for this tournament. A prolific winner of vaults in his region. He's also won
41.
his regional area title.
Talking earlier about jobs, these two both have a job to go back to.
97.
Joe's is he's got his own tiling business. Actually inherited it should I say, is that the right word? I'm not sure. But from his grandfather, then
128.
to his father, of course, his grandfather being the famous Ollie Croft. And the BDO started it all off.
140. Joe, you're recording 56.
One of the things Joe has done in recent times is open up a academy in the name of his granddad. The Ollie Croft Centre of Excellence, and that was an excellent leg, a 15 darter to get us back onto an equal kilter.
Game on.
And Joe's spoken about, obviously, the family relation, and as proud as he is of what his granddad's done for the game and has done for the sport, he very much now wants to carve an opening and carve that opening for himself. So what he achieves, people look at as what Joe Croft's done, not Joe Croft's grandson of Ollie.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and he's going the right way about it. He's a lovely lad, and he's got his own tiling business.
100.
And there's lots of plans in the agenda for Joe Croft. Carl, his job, he's a machine driver on the roads, repairs the sewers. Some might think he flies a bomber with his name on his back there, but he doesn't.
Proud Lancastrian is Kyle from Oldham, but a Manchester United supporter.
Well, what a man. My kind of man.
Best not bring up the football with
57.
Carl, although he could say that he was an Oldham Athletic fan. They've had a good season, having won promotion from the National League to the Football League.
56.
Southend United 64. In the playoff final at Wembley a couple of weeks ago. Double top for Crofty.
44.
Well, he's had 7 chances in this game to break the throw of Carl Sneed, and all 7 have gone a begging, and so an opportunity here to go 2-1 up, re-establish his advantage.
47.
Bullseye's just a bit too high.
20.
So double 10. A double 5 then. Can he use the barrel?
15.
Oh, he can't. He dips 25. Right into the 5. So a chance now for Carl to take out this 25.
5 for double 10.
Game show on the third.
That's a good dart, because the way dart 2 went in was just a little bit awkward for him, but managed to nestle right through and
Joe to throw first. Game on.
Put himself back in front at 2-1.
$135. $140.
Now then, Henry.
60.
Where is Oldham?
In Oldham.
55. $99. $139.
Well, that's a better score there from Carl Sneed. Leaves himself 167. Joe finds a treble with his last start. So this is on. It's not now.
139.
Does recover well with his last start.
So Croft here looking at 110 to level up. He's going to get a dart, a double 16.
78.
Not to be, so Sneed's got a break chance here.
28.
Yeah, so double 14 for Carl. Can't find it.
Joe,
so another opportunity for Crofty to take out 32 to level the match.
Double 16. And all
Game
square
on
we
the
are.
fourth
Can't
leg.
separate these
Joe
two
Croft.
apiece. Now, if you look at Oldham, it's a town in Greater
Fifth leg,
Manchester.
it's Cole to throw first.
Within the boundaries of the historic county of Lancashire. Population of 100 odd thousand.
59.
You haven't Googled that at all, have you? You've just done that off the top of your head, haven't you, Henry?
Oh, of course, of course.
First maximum there. Joe Croft. First maximum of the day.
97.
Been waiting a while for one. I'm sure it's not going to be the last. Might not be the last of this leg.
140.
5 into the 9. And just for a second, we got excited.
Yeah, and that last start was so close as well.
85.
This is a much better leg here from Joe. Don't bust it, Joe.
131.
He's just beginning to click into gear, isn't he?
Yeah, he just needs to get his double sorted as well. And he'll have the
60.
perfect
Joey
game.
McGuire, 50.
Now, Carl Sneed's not on a finish. Joe Croft isn't going to go for the bull for the 10. We've seen players do that in the
Game shot on the
past.
fifth leg.
But that's a 12
Joe
darter,
Croft.
that's a breaker throw, and that's a 3-2 lead in the direction
Sixth
of
leg
Joe
is Joe
Croft.
to throw first.
And that's exactly what Joe can do.
Game on.
He really stepped up here, put his foot on the pedal, and it just seems at this present moment in time, it's just a
81.
little bit too much for Carl Sneed. I suppose we should have expected this
100.
because Carl Sneed was kind of our tip for the day, and I suppose we know what happens whenever we give out a tip. It goes to pot.
It's the commentator's curse, isn't it?
43. $60.
A bit of a nervy start here from Carl. And Joe's got progressively better in this match.
85.
Is there something to be said about the fact he's played at Selby at the weekend that maybe he's just a little bit more match sharp?
It could well have something to do with it, you know. I think
140.
it's something to consider by all means. It's that little bit of practice, getting your arm loose and getting yourself in the rhythm.
140.
Last couple of legs, he's scored like a dream.
93. Joey Rock 152.
So 152 now for Crofty. Needs another one of them. Can't be found, so he'll just set it up and hope that
92.
Carl doesn't take out the 108 to level the match.
Hail Mary time still on, treble 19 for the bull, not to be, and so Joe Croft here is going to get 2 darts
Joey
at
requires
double
60.
top to round this off. He really went through the gears. The last couple of legs to seal a win, which
Game
just
shot
about
and the
nestles
match.
in off the barrel
Joe
of dart one.
Croft.
And Joe Croft gets his week off to a strong start. He got better as the match went along. He gets the better of Carl Sneed by 4 legs to 2, and one of the fancies for the week is off to a losing start. But for Joe Croft, decent performance, tidy up on the doubling. There's a lot to be encouraged by. Coming up next, Lorenzo Pronk against Ricardo Ulrich.
$54. Charlie McGuire 164. $44. $32. Charlie McGuire 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side.
60.
To become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Joe Croft got the better of Carl Sneed by 4 legs to 2, which means that we get a first look of Lorenzo Pronk this week. A second appearance for him here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. He takes on the debutant, Ricardo Ulrich, making his first bow here on the Live Lounge stage. Pronk, 31 years of age, from The Hague in the Netherlands. Second appearance, throwing with a Mike Cavenhoven dart up against Ricardo, the 34-year-old from Arnhem, making his debut in this competition. And he comes into this having had a little bit of success this year. His numbers for the season look very, very handy. And if he can play on the stage to how he's played on the floor, he could have a little bit of success. He's had a last 32 on the challenge. So he's only played 5 events on that particular
First leg
circuit
is
this year.
Lorenzo to
But
throw
just looking at
Game
some of the
on.
numbers that he's punched in so far this year, he's played 14 matches, only dropped below an
38.
80 average in one of those fixtures, which I suppose is a relevant form guide when you consider what he's going to be playing this week. And if he can play to
82.
that particular type, then he could have a little bit of success here, Trina.
Well, he'll be hoping to
95.
carry that form through here this week.
35.
Oh, well, an unfortunate start there for Ricardo.
94.
Just needs to move over a little bit to the right, possibly. But it was interesting. I was speaking to Jemai van den Herik last week, who's had a
96.
fantastic year on the Challenge Tour, picking up loads of titles on the floor, top 10 of that particular ranking table. And he said it was the first time he ever played in front of a
54.
stage, in front of cameras. And for the first few games, it felt like a completely different sport before he settled and acclimatized to the stage.
100.
And I can imagine it must feel completely different. Even though it's the same game, just play completely differently when you
140.
consider the environment that a stage has as opposed compared to floor events.
Yeah, it is
45.
completely different. It's
Lorenzo,
something
you're quite 80.
you have to get used to, and you have to try and get used to it pretty quickly.
Oh, drifted wide there. Pronk with the second
40.
dart will
Ricardo, you require 143.
leave tops if Ulrich can't take out the 143, which is unable to do so.
99. Lorenzo, you require 40.
So tops now for Lorenzo.
Game
Find it
shot
with
on
his
the
second
first
dart.
egg. Lorenzo
Takes a 1-0
Croft.
lead.
This might be a stupid thing to ask
Second
a
leg, it's
10-time
Ricardo to
world
throw
champion.
first. Game on.
But how long did it take for you to get properly settled in front of the stage, in front of the cameras?
60.
A good few times. You know, you've got that. The one that used to get me is the one that's just comes out at the side of the board.
55.
And back in the day, it used to manoeuvre quite a bit sometimes. And the ladies' game was used as
100.
a camera setup basically. So we got the raw end of the deal, kind of thing. So it took a few matches to get used to that particular camera in the wall.
180.
Such an advanced technology. The cameras have got a little bit smaller and they're a little bit
96.
more subtle in terms of their movements.
Well, there used to be a cameraman stood behind that one, so back in the day, kind of thing. So
134.
yeah, times have changed. Technology has moved on.
Yeah, the camera next to the board
Lorenzo,
is
you're at
robotically
132.
controlled by a camera operator in the gallery here at the Live Lounge.
92.
It's an incredible bit of kit that they use to beam these
Lorenzo, you require
pictures.
40.
The tops again for Lorenzo.
Game shot on the
D10s and he
second
takes
leg.
it.
Lorenzo
2-0.
This is really solid so far from Lorenzo. Now, we saw
So
him
against
here
Lorenzo to throw first.
towards the tail end of the
Game on.
previous series, and I just wonder whether the experience of last time is being put to good use here against Ricardo, for whom he's playing for the first time here.
Yeah, I'm sure it is.
99.
And, you know, you learn, don't you? You learn from every game that you play, every match you play, every environment that you play in. And,
85.
yeah, he's been here before, and that will definitely be to his advantage in this match.
Just watching some of his mannerisms in the background, looks just such a cool customer.
140.
Strutting his stuff as if he's been here before, and that's exactly what he has done.
54.
He looks very laid back, quite chilled.
24.
And I'm told that's how he is. He's a chilled out guy.
Yeah, played in week 12 of
43.
the previous series. That was a very interesting week. A week which was won by
62.
one of our team here in Jared Cole. Beat Chaz Barstow in the final. Lorenzo didn't qualify through to the
86.
Saturday night on that particular occasion, but you could tell that he's definitely better for the experience.
45.
Well, Ricardo
115. Lorenzo, you require 131.
does recover well. Them last two darts.
91.
Now finds a treble
Ricardo, you
18 with his
require
last dart to leave
180.
himself tops. A chance now not to be taken.
94. Lorenzo, you require 40.
And so this for 3-0 and for clear daylight in the contest. Double 10
30.
doesn't go, and this is the
Ricardo,
first
you
opportunity
require
Ricardo's
24.
had at the outer ring in this contest.
Can he find the double 12 with his last dart?
No
He can't.
score. Lorenzo, you require
So Lorenzo,
10.
a chance here for double 5 for a 2-0 lead. 3-0 lead even.
5.
Doesn't take it.
Ricardo, you require 24.
Well, he won't be feeling all right if Ulrich takes out this double 12.
12. Lorenzo, you require 5.
So double 2 for Lorenzo.
1.
Not to be.
Ricardo, you
So
require
yet another
12.
chance for Ricardo to take out 12. Can he find the double 3 with his last start? He
6.
can't.
Lorenzo, you require.
Well, it's one of them pass the parcel
4.
legs, isn't it? Opportunities, a couple of opportunities apiece have gone a begging. And
Range
Lorenzo
on the
finally
Thursday.
finds the double
Lorenzo
2.
Pronk.
Not very often do you see a 28 dart holder throwing a leg,
Look
but
at
in
Ricardo to throw
the case of that
first.
one, we have.
Game on.
Well, it happens.
$40.
Goes without saying that that needs to be tidied up as the day goes along.
41.
Well, that's absolutely decimated Lorenzo's average. He was playing at around an 85 average, a doubling with decent up until that
140.
previous leg. But ultimately, he won't care about that. If he can get a 4-0 win, then
140.
he's off to a winning start, and it's something, and it's room for him to build for the week.
Well, it's the best start he could possibly have, isn't
81.
it? So he won't be too worried about the averages, and it's just the results. And a 4-0 victory.
41.
Them legs may come in handy later on in the week.
Well, I think all
96.
6 players will say that they haven't played near their best yet in the opening round worth of fixtures. Joe Croft will probably be happiest with his opening display against Carl Sneed, but room to
100.
improve in terms of
Ricardo,
his finishing.
144.
I think it might well be one of these groups which might just be a little bit of a slow burner. May just take a couple of games apiece to see everybody at their tip-top
108.
best.
Lorenzo, no. 59. Ricardo, you require 36.
So double 18 for Ricardo.
Game on the 4th
And he
leg.
takes it.
Ricardo,
Gets the leg on the board. Trails by 3 legs to 1.
5th leg, it's Lorenzo to throw first.
Lorenzo with the darts in his hand to get the job done and to get a win on the board in his first game back on this stage. And this is some way to go about it. His second max of the match puts him in very good stead.
38.
Yeah, great start to the leg by Lorenzo.
98. $60.
Now you can see Ricardo's not happy with how he's throwing at the moment. But it's early days, you know.
190.
Time to settle in.
That's one of the good things about the format, isn't it? You get plenty of reps.
140.
But it looks like
Lorenzo, 104.
his first game is going to go the way of Lorenzo Pronk, and he could finish it off with a ton top, but double top it is.
84.
Just underneath, but he has got plenty of time to seal the deal.
Yeah, Ricardo back on 263.
99. Lorenzo, you require.
It does leave
20.
himself a finish. Leaves himself the 164 should he get a chance. Lorenzo now double 10 for the match. Takes
Lorenzo
it 4
Pronk.
legs to 1. 79.50 average there for Lorenzo. And 75.2 for Ricardo. Not the best start. However, first legs on the board for Lorenzo. Coming up next, David Fatum against Carl Sneed.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the first round's worth of play on this Monday morning has come to a close. For the break, Lorenzo Pronk got the better of Ricardo Ulrich by 4 legs to 1. Our fourth game of the session is a meeting between David Fatum and Carl Sneed on the live lounge stage. Two players looking to get their first win on the board. David lost out 4-1 to Andy Hamilton in his opening game of the day, whilst Carl Sneed lost out 4-2 to Joe Croft. So what we're going to see in this fourth match of the session, two players that, if you actually look at the way they play in the first match, not what we would come to expect from them, particularly Carl Sneed. So we're kind of, I suppose, just expecting them to maybe get going and just maybe move through the gears a little bit more in this one.
Yeah, well, you would hope that, you know, they've had their settling first match, and they'll be hoping that too, and that
99.
they're going to produce a much better match for both of them. Both actually obviously wanting to win.
58.
Get some points on the board.
And get the points on the board sooner rather than later, because what you don't want to be doing is losing your first couple and then just begin to chase your tail a little bit.
Yeah, it becomes hard work then. And so if you can get some points underneath your belt early doors, it makes it a little bit easier.
100. $98. $58. $99.
Well, I'm not sure what he was looking at there. I thought it was to the side of the dartboard, to
60.
the scoreboard.
160.
But leaves himself a finish. 160 it is. Not to be this time.
Well, he's got a bit of time in this leg, because just like in his opening game, Carl Sneed hasn't
41.
quite shown the scoring prowess that we've come to see from him in 2025, as David Fatum gives Owen Binks a nice little pat on the back.
83. David Ulrich 119.
Treble 20 required for the tops.
87. Carl Ulrich 142.
Recovers, leaves himself 32. But Carl now with 142 can't be done now.
60.
David will return for double 16.
32.
Take out the opening leg to get himself on the board. An opportunity missed presents a chance here for Carl Sneed to get a break of throw at the earliest possible juncture. Tops was the
42.
intention, having hit the single 2 of his first start, and so Fatum back for double 4. And already spurt free at the outer ring to take this opening leg. And if he misses this one, Carl has got 3 at tops to get the break.
Finds it with his first start.
Carl Sneed.
And does indeed break the throw of David Fatum.
Second leg, it's Carl to throw first. Game on. 60.
Well, Fatum missed 6 starts to win the opening leg. Carl picking his pocket.
59. $140.
Well, that's a better throw there by Carl.
140.
David matches it.
$97.
Well, Sneed, who got the break in the opening leg, looks like he's going to get 6 more darts to take out leg 2.
44.
Now this would be very nice. Hits the maximum.
180.
First of the match. Leaves himself 24 when he returns. David
22.
can't quite get
Currently
going.
require 24.
It's a double 12 then. Double 6.
Game shot
Takes
the
it
second leg.
with his second
Carl
dart
Sneed.
and goes into a 2-0 lead.
14
look, it's
darts as
David
well.
to throw
Doing what a good
first.
player does,
Yeah.
and that's exactly what Carl Sneed is. Had to bide his luck a little bit in the opening leg. Nicked it under the grasp of Fatum and then really kicked on in leg 2 with the darts in his hand.
100. 100.
Finds the treble with his last dart. Sneaks it in.
100.
Now 3 tons in this leg.
$140.
Cole spoils it with a 140.
$100.
So 6 darts on 2-6-1 to get the double breaker throw, 3-0 lead and full comfortability in this contest.
125.
Yeah, much better leg here by Carl and David, to be fair. And this would hurt.
127. Carly Rock 136.
Well, he leaves himself 74, but Carl can't take this out now.
96. David requires
He missed
74.
6 darts to win the opening leg on throw. He's going to get, well, at least he should get a dart here to reduce the deficit to 2-1.
34.
The failure to get means
40.
that Sneed is back for a 3-0 lead, and this would be back-to-back 5-visit legs if he can take this out. And after a slow start, back-to-back 14 darters of Carl Sneed sees him 3-0 to the good and sees him in cruise control of the contest.
Game on.
Well, that the telling difference. David missing 7 darts on throw to win legs, and Carl Sneed picking his pocket.
60.
Yes, indeed. And definitely taking his opportunities.
100. 100.
After a slow start, average of 89 for Carl Sneed in this one. Pretty much now playing to his numbers for the year. His 12-month
100.
stats, 87.5. His average, 35% on his double. And that's across all competitions.
140.
Lower than that in terms of his Challenge Tour numbers, but he has picked up a title on that circuit this year. He beat Tommy Lishman in the final of Challenge Tour 2.
140. 41. David, it requires 161.
So a chance now for David for the 161. Not to be done this time. Carl, a chance of his own. A big outshot when he returns.
81. Carly require 160.
2 treble 20s required.
$100. David, it require 80.
So to get a leg on the board. Well, he's not even going to get a dart at a double, and that could be the
40.
end of it because Carl
Oliver
Sneed's going to
60.
come back for 60 to seal a 4-0 win, and after a slow start, he's really gone through the gears. He's shown the class that he is. Had an abundances across the circuit in 2025, but he
40.
hasn't finished off the job
David,
just
it
yet.
require 40.
So a chance for David now to get a leg on the board. Double 10 then. 2 5s.
35.
And he can't find it.
Carly McGuire, 20.
10 missed darts at a double in this game, and this should be the end of it. It's awkward.
No
and
score.
he couldn't find a way through.
McGuire, 5.
Double 2 then.
Game
Finds
shot
it with his
fourth
second
leg.
dart.
David
Gets
Fatum.
a leg on the board. Trailing by 3 legs to 1.
Fifth player gets David to throw first.
Crucial as well. It's a break of throw. So David could win this one. It's back to 3-2, and Carl Sneed will be forced to serve it out, and suddenly things get just a little bit more tetchy.
$140. $59.
Sneed really did take to the Pro Tour like duck to water when he got that first appearance at Players' Championship when he beat Dave Chisnell in his first game on the Pro Tour and got through to the last 16 that day. Beat Willie Borland and Neil Zonnevel before then losing out to Rob Cross. Has had wins against the likes of
61.
Nathan Aspinall on tour in 2025. He's also managed to get a win
28.
against Michael Smith on the Pro Tour. 2 last 16s, made one in Players' Championship 15, beat Richie Edhouse, Danny Van
87.
Tripe and Dirk van Duivenbode before then losing out to Christoph Ratajski, although Christoph did manage to put in a 102 average to get the better of him.
58.
Everything's pointing upwards for Carl right now.
Well, a maximum there
180.
for Carl, his second of the match. Leaving himself 114.
59. Carly McGuire, 114.
To get the job done, Triple 18 needs a dart at tops to win it in some style.
The match.
Well, after a
Carl
slow
Sneed.
start, when Carl Sneed got going, he did look good. A couple of 14 darters, that one won in 15 with a 114 checkout, and Carl Sneed has arrived in this week 5. That the tail of the tape, average just under 87, 4 from 11 on his doubles, and that 114, the first ton plus checkout of the day. Next up, Ricardo Ulrich against Andy Hamilton. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGuire.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Carl Sneed got the better of David Fatum by 4 legs to 1. That gets him his first win of the week. Game number 5 is a meeting between Ricardo Ulrich and Andy Hamilton. It's a meeting between players from Arnhem in the Netherlands and Stoke-on-Trent in England here on the live lounge stage here in the south coast city of Portsmouth. For Andy, well, a 4-1 win against David started his day off. Decent enough performance, 87.5 average, 4 from 10 on the doubles. As for Ricardo, it was a little bit of a nervy opener, missed 9 darts at a double.
Ricardo to throw
en route
first.
to a 4-1 defeat to Lorenzo Pronk. Wonder what we're going to see from this one. And if you're Andy, you feel like he can play to the type of level that he played at in his opening game, probably for the whole course of the day.
Well, I'm sure if he could do that, I think he'll be pleased with that. But obviously, each opponent is different, and if somebody ups their game against you, then you've got to be able to respond.
58.
And I get the sense that Andy would really embrace that kind of battle. He was saying that he's enjoying being competitive probably as much now as maybe he's ever been in his career. So I almost feel there's a part of him that wants people to be piling in 105 averages and stuff like that against
99.
him to see how he stands up against that kind of test.
Yeah, like you say, he's a great competitor. His love for the game is
45.
second to none, and very passionate, and you will see that somewhere during this week. He can be quite animated when something goes really right, a big shot out or something like that. You'll see that from him. So yeah, yeah, the passion for the game is obvious with him.
And we saw last year some signs that he really was trending in the right direction. Made it to the final of the Seniors Champion of Champions. Lost out in the end to Richie Howson. He won a week here at the Super Series. So there's a lot of relevant form to go by as far as Andy is concerned.
78. Ricardo, 127.
Treble 19 would have been for the ball.
99. Andy required 144.
Covers well with his last start. Andy a chance now at 144. Needs another one of them. Finds it. Double 12.
132.
Can't find that one, but
Ricardo, you required 28.
a shot now for Ricardo. Double 14. Double 7 then.
14.
And he can't find it either.
And he required 12.
Well, missed doubles is beginning to become the story of Ricardo's day so far. Hamilton back for double 6 to get an instantaneous breaker throw. Trapdoor.
Game show on the first
Double
leg.
free is not
Andy
a problem
Hamilton.
for Andy Hamilton.
Second leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
Well, we spoke about the inner competitor in Andy Hamilton. We kind of saw signs of it, didn't we, towards the end of that last leg there. He fancied that double 12 to go off the back of the 1-4-4 combo.
Yeah, would have been a fantastic shot to get his first leg on the board in this match.
140.
It wasn't to be. Andy taking his chances.
81.
I think one of the compliments you have to pay Andy as well is
96.
you could probably watch a video of him playing maybe about 10, 15 years ago, and the action has not changed. He's
57.
done a lot in terms of lifestyle. He's shed a few pounds. He looks in fantastic shape. But the actual mechanics of the throw, I don't think has changed from when we first saw him on the big TV stage.
No, it doesn't seem to have, does it?
79.
So a sign that his throw was good then,
96.
as good as it is now.
I suppose longevity is the word that you would associate with Andy. 13th appearance here, has won a week in the past. 13 appearances includes the Champions Week he played in.
90.
In his previous 11 series appearances, he's made it through to the Saturday night final on 8 occasions, which is a
125.
fairly prolific strike rate, and he's looking to strike another blow to Ricardo here, 96 points away from a 2-0 lead. Will surely stay there because Dart 1 was very inviting not to be on this occasion.
56. Ricardo, you're 142.
Well, leaves himself tops should he get a chance, and he will do.
90. And he requires 40.
So tops now for Hamilton to take the second leg. 2 10s then. 2 5s.
Game
Finds
shot
it with
the
his
second
third
leg.
dart.
Andy Hamilton.
Takes a 2-0 lead in this match.
Third
There's
leg,
Ricardo.
it's Ricardo to throw first.
Well, this is being
Game on.
made to feel like a little bit of a leisurely walk so far this morning for Andy Hamilton. He won his first game 4-1, 2-0 to the good here, and
100.
Ricardo hasn't really got going to the type of level that we've seen from him on the Challenge Tour and in other arenas so far this year.
No, current average is 83.5 for Andy Hamilton.
43.
Ricardo, 86 plus.
Ricardo qualified via the ADC
97.
European Qualifying Tour. That took place at the back end of 2024. We've seen a few players qualify through that. We saw Rick Hetting in the previous series. Jim Meyer we're yet to see return. The Luxembourgian. Arne
83.
Spey will be with us again before too long, as will Max de Jong and
170.
Patrick Klingelhofer.
Say that again.
I think that's Paul Nicholson's favourite named darts player, Patrick Klingelhofer.
57.
Name just rolls off the tongue.
139.
That's a great leg of darts here by Ricardo. Leaves himself on 48 after 12. Andy looking to put the pressure on here.
$140.
Can't find the
Ricardo,
max
148.
and can't leave himself a finish. So double 16 now,
Game shot
and he
the
takes
third
it.
leg.
Gets a leg on the
Ricardo,
board.
Ulrich.
Well, that is a lot more like it. 14 darter for
Look at Sandy to throw
Ricardo.
first.
Average now up
Game
above
on.
the 90 mark. And some questions for the hammer to answer. Well, that the
91.
leg by leg. Hamilton with a couple of 6-visit legs to open up a 2-0 lead, but an improvement in quality in leg 3 for Ricardo.
80.
He recovers well with his last start there, Ricardo, finding the treble 19.
$134. $100.
Ricardo, quite a fast thrower in regards to Andy's. Andy's is quite more deliberate,
44.
whereas Ricardo's a bit more of a rhythm player.
85.
Yeah, certainly a lot more mechanics that go into the Andy Hamilton throw, but as you mentioned earlier on in this game, it's something that he has managed to perfect as an art.
$85.
Just wonder what success would be for Ricardo this week. I'd imagine Saturday night will be high up on the
58.
radar. I wonder
And he'll
whether
require
maybe he's
147.
woken up with dreams of maybe winning this. It'd be interesting to see what he's put down as ambition for the week ahead.
Finds a treble 17.
111.
Can't find the double 18. But he will be back.
94.
Well, that's a good
And
shot
he'll require
there.
36.
Puts the pressure on the 36.
Game
Well, Andy
shot on the
Hamilton's
fourth
done a
leg.
really good
Andy
job
Hamilton.
of weathering the storm there, because Ricardo did have a little bit of a spell, but
Fifth leg, it's
Hamilton has
Ricardo to throw first.
re-established the
Game on.
two-leg cushion in this match, and Ricardo throwing to stay in the contest.
180.
Well, a maximum there for Ricardo. His first of this match.
$66. $59.
Well, that second dart looking a bit dodgy, hanging out the board a bit, so decides to switch. Averages there. Ricardo 92.34, Hamilton 84.35.
41.
It sometimes just goes to show in a short course format, averages really are only a guide, because Ricardo's leg was won in so much more tidier
56.
fashion than Andy's leg. It does give him a bit of a leg up in terms of that particular department. Andy's won all of his legs in 6 visits, whilst Ricardo put in a 14 darter to reduce the gap back down to 2-1.
Well, Andy Hamilton finding a maximum of his own there. Levels the maximum score in this
115.
match. One apiece.
Well, Ulrich could be hoping to win this leg and force Andy to serve it out in the next. It looks like a distinct possibility.
44.
And he's getting it right, Ricardo. He's getting it all right, but it's about knitting it all together. This could be a second 14 darter. It is a second 14 darter. Back to
Ricardo
3-2.
Ulrich.
When it's there, it's there. I suppose the one thing we'll now ask of Ricardo is
Sixth
that
leg, it's Andy to throw
consistency,
first.
perhaps.
Yeah, can he keep that
Game
up?
on.
Can he produce that? And we, as the day goes on, we will see more of that, or we'll be more informed
59.
of whether he can continue the consistency.
$100.
Well, been presented an opening after a troublous start from Andy.
68.
Well, Andy finding the treble 20 with his last start there. Sometimes you'll see Andy quickly throw the last start.
100.
Usually hits the target, to be fair.
It's one of them sod's law things, isn't it?
Yes, indeed it is. It's
100.
It's a bit of disappointment in him, but he just kind of like flicks it. Finds the target, but there's another maximum there.
180.
Ricardo, his second of this match. Leaves himself on 1-2-1. And Andy in a spot of bother in this leg.
And maybe a spot of bother in this game because Ricardo's found a real kick
134. Ricardo, you require 121.
We'll hope to get 6 or 1-2-1. May only need the 3 anyway. He's going to get a look at the ball. He's going to get the ball.
Shot the sick flag.
And we're going to go
Ricardo
the distance.
Ulrich.
And Ricardo Ulrich is showing exactly why he's come here with a bit of a reputation.
Game on.
Yeah, averaging 97.36 at the moment. And Andy 85.84. He has the darts in this deciding leg as well. And that could prove to be the advantage that he needs.
Well, that's the leg by leg play. And as you can see, Hamilton with
83.
18, 18, 16 to win his legs. But always just finding that little bit of quality. A couple of 14 darters and that previous leg 1 in 4 visits.
48.
But this is different. This is now an opportunity for him to win his first game on the live lounge stage.
$100.
And for Ricardo, how many opportunities is he going to get in his
83.
career to beat a former world finalist, a multiple major finalist?
Well, Hamilton here.
180.
Puts in, that's great timing there from Andy Hamilton.
93. Andy, require 130.
Well, it's the hammer saving his best till last. He's got 6 starts here for 138 to seal a 4-3 win. It was a game he found himself 3-1 in front him, was then pegged back by his Dutch opponent. But now, once again, has the game in the palm of his hands.
45.
Well, can't find the treble with his last start. Slips into the 5. So a bigger job to do when he returns.
80.
I suppose the first decision is, does he attack it and go for the treble first, or does he play safe and go for the bullseye?
It looks like he's going for the treble. Well, went for the double 19 there.
61.
Leave himself double 18. Has left himself double 16, but will he get a chance at it?
Well, Ricardo took out the 1-2-1 in the previous leg. Is he going to find the 112? It's double top.
72.
It's not there. He's missed the match dart. Hamilton's going to come back for 3 more.
Yeah, and that match dart was quite a way off. It's 32 now.
There's one left at double 8. It's awkward, but it's found. And Andy Hamilton just about squeezes through that one. He led 3-1 before. A real burst from Ricardo. Ulrich sent us all the way. Legs of 14, 14, 12 for the Dutchman, but Andy Hamilton sealing a second win from 2. And he looks in good nick. He's certainly enjoying himself, and he'll be even happier with the results so far. 4-3 win against Ricardo Ulrich coming up after the break. Joe Croft against Lorenzo Pron.
54. Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Got
Couldn't
it,
get the job
it.
done.
Got to end the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Andy Hamilton got the better of Ricardo Ulrich in a last leg decider, 4-3. 6th game, the final match from the second round of fixtures sees Lorenzo Pron take on Joe Croft. These are 2 players that are looking to join Andy Hamilton on 4 points in the group. Joe getting the better of Carl Sneed by 4-2 in his opener. Scored superbly, missed 14 darts at a double. Whilst Lorenzo, well, he managed to get the better of Ricardo by 4-1. Kind of a similar story, really.
First
Had a couple of
leg is
180s
Joe
in
to
there,
throw
but
first.
missed 11
Game
darts
on.
at the outer ring. So if they played to type from the first game, expect a lot of fireworks in the scoring stakes and maybe a little bit of nerves towards the latter end of legs.
81.
That's a good assumption.
$60.
I think this is Joe's second full week here
$60.
at the Modus Super Series. I spoke to him earlier and he says he's looking forward to it.
140.
Well, Lorenzo's lost something to the floor and Owen Binks blinded by the light.
Yeah, the ladies, the women's super women's series, the
125.
TDC women's series, the weekend was blessed with the presence of Mr. Owen Binks.
60.
I bet you're absolutely thrilled when he walked through the door.
My eyes lit up.
Well, there's a first time for everything for Owen.
No, he's a lovely lad. Bit crazy, but a lovely lad.
A bit crazy.
43.
All you have to do is see his TikTok and you know that he's mental. Apparently he has a TikTok account just in case you don't know anybody at home.
Yeah, take a look, everyone.
45.
It will amuse you. I think he's missed his way in life, as in, I think he'd be a good actor, actually.
122.
Well, he's doing his best impersonation of a darts referee right now.
180.
Maximum there for Lorenzo.
70.
Croft is back for 70. Double top.
50.
Can't find double 10.
Lorenzo, you require 16.
So a chance now for Lorenzo. Double 8. Finds it with his
Game shot
first
on the
dart.
first leg.
Breaks the
Lorenzo
throw
Pronk.
of Joe Croft. Goes in the lead with a 1-0
Second leg, it's Lorenzo to throw first. Game on.
advantage.
I am so getting it in the neck about that previous comment from Owen.
93.
He is a world-class official, all jokes aside. One of the best to do the
99.
job.
He is indeed. I have to admit that.
100.
Anyway, those are the pleasantries out of the way with.
125.
In Women's Series weekend, which was dominated by a certain Beau Grease picking up all 4 titles at the weekend.
She did
58.
indeed. A great performance from Beau throughout.
It's the type of
58.
performance of the weekend which looks just a little bit ominous with the match play approaching at the end of July.
40.
Well, you look at the lineup for this year's competition, probably in terms of
139.
strength in depth, probably the toughest looking field that we've seen for the event.
180.
Lorenzo
Require
piles
80.
in his second max of the match. Croft looking to level up.
60.
Missed darts at a double are beginning to
Lorenzo,
become a real
you
nagging
require
issue for Crofty.
30. 18.
Well, I think he decided
you
to
require
split
20.
there with dart 2 and slipped into the 6, and so double 12 was the target with dart 3.
Can he sneak it in? He can't find
No
it.
score.
That's so close.
Lorenzo,
That
you
third
require
dart right
12.
on the wire. So double 6. Now for Lorenzo. Double 3.
6.
Can't be found.
Joe, you require 20.
It turns out missed double-itis is an infectious disease.
It's not in, Joe. It's where you put your last dart, to be fair. Right on that wire.
$10. Lorenzo, you
Doubles
require
proving to be a bit of a
6.
problem for Crofty today.
And so Lorenzo heads down for double 3. And now he's chasing the madhouse.
Game shot on the
But
second
gets there
leg.
at the end and opens
Lorenzo
up a
Pron.
2-0 lead. And for Joe Croft, his issue today is a
So let
fairly
it's Joe to
simple
throw
one.
First.
He
Game
was 4 from 18 in his first game and 0 from 10 on the doubles in this one. Just having a look at the draw for the
100.
Women's World Match Play. Well, Beau Grease in great form, but her first round opponent is such a difficult test. Kirsty Vinicano, we've seen win a Women's
81.
Week here in 2025, and particularly because the first round's played over first to four format. That could be a bit of a tough test for Bo. That could be a bit of a banana skin.
Yeah, it could be, and you know, the pace is a little bit different as well, with Kersey being a slower player. As Lorenzo piles in a 180 there.
140.
But I mean, to be fair, at the moment, Bo's just storming through every challenge that's put in front of her. So, you know,
44.
she's understandably the favourite for the match play.
Fallon Sherrick and Gemma Hayter's definitely a draw, Rich. Jumps off the page. Gemma making a debut in Blackpool. Culmination of 12 months worth of work for her since coming back to the sport.
Yeah, she's had a good season, and that will be a great match.
140. Joey Require 88.
So 88 for Joe.
74.
Can't find the 77.
Lorenzo, you require 56.
A chance now for Lorenzo to take out 56 for a 3-0 lead. Tops he wants.
46. Joey require.
Joe
14.
Croft is going to get 3 more.
Game show on the
Eventually
third leg.
fights.
Joe
And
Croft.
gets himself back into the contest, but he needs to find a break back at some point.
First. Game on.
Lorenzo with the darts to re-establish the 2-leg gap in this contest.
134.
Of course, for Gemma and Kersey, as well as Lorraine Winstanley too, they'll be playing it Women's Week 4. The lineup got announced on Saturday. You're going to be involved in it as well, Trina. And for those three, when you consider the timing of
60.
the tournament in comparison to when the match play is going to take place, it could be perfect preparation for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, good match play prep. And
99.
yeah, I'm sure they'll use it to their full advantage.
60.
And that's our middle of the series specials week. Before the end of the series, we'll see the first Rising Stars week, which I think could be a little bit interesting.
85.
And then the return of the popular international pairs.
Maximum there for Lorenzo. His 4th of this match.
84.
Average is currently
Lorenzo,
86.28 for Lorenzo and 83.46 for Crofty.
Game show.
And he finds the
fourth
tops
leg. Lorenzo prompt.
to take a 3-1 lead.
Fifth leg is Joe to throw
Looks
first.
much more like it from Pronk. Croft now throwing to stay in the contest.
$140.
That's a good start to the leg from Crofty.
Lorenzo
Does it better, hits another maximum. That's his 5th.
140.
Well, Pronk is plonking them in, isn't he?
Very good, Henry. Very good.
96.
Well, Crofty leaves himself on 125 after 9.
$39. Joe, you record 125.
And Lorenzo doesn't leave himself a finish. Hence, that's why Joe's gone treble 20 route.
40.
Well, after 4 perfect darts to begin the leg, it's all gone a little bit wrong for Lorenzo. Maybe forced to serve it out in the
89.
next.
Joe, you require 85.
Croft is back for 85 to reduce the gap back down to 3-2. 2 in hand at tops. Oh, he
Game
needs
shown
the one. And
fifth leg.
finally,
Joe
the
Croft.
finishing radar is there for Crofty.
Sixth player against Lorenzo to throw first. Game on. 140.
Scoring for Lorenzo in this game has been absolutely sublime.
Yeah, his power scoring great.
140.
Joe matches the 140 there.
5.
Yeah, looking at that. There's 5 maximums from Lorenzo, 5 170 pluses, 9 130 pluses, and 12
43.
90 pluses there. That's some scoring, isn't it?
Well, I think it's the fact that he's had as many, 10 free
46.
treble visits over the course of the match. It's world class over this kind of format from Lorenzo. I've got to say,
100.
there's already at this early portion of the day signs of improvement from his first appearance to second. Of that, there's no doubt.
140.
Yeah, absolutely agree with that. Leaves himself on 170. When he returns,
100. Lorenzo, 170.
well, can't be done this time, so Crofty will be back.
96.
The 118
Gary 180.
to level the match.
To get Lorenzo's number. Tops it is. And perhaps that's somewhat ironic when you consider he has spent most of the day toiling over a double. He's taken out a 118 to take us the distance.
Yeah, perfect timing for
Game
Crofty. Taking out important finishes when it's most needed.
45.
But not a great start to the leg.
How many times does that happen? You hit a big finish to win a leg, and then on throw you kick off and you find something troublous.
34.
It's because your heart's still going boom, boom, boom from it. Just about having to take a bit of a breath, calm yourself down a little bit,
85.
and start afresh.
Huge find with the last dart there. Just keeps him in play in this leg, and I'll hope that Lorenzo cannot find anything
93.
big. Picks off a treble with the last. Throw's been reversed in this final leg.
134.
I hit 2 large trebles there.
96.
So Joe needs a big score here to leave him more favourable for the leg.
99.
He's on a finish, but you would say, based on probability, Lorenzo's in a better position.
140.
Particularly now after that.
Joe, you're 138.
Yeah, absolutely. This has got to go, you feel. But it's not going to this time. Should he get a chance?
98.
First things first, Lorenzo's got
38.
a choice to make. Does he go straight for the double 19, or does he elect to split? The decision is to split. It's double 14, having slipped into the 10. For 2 wins out of 2.
10.
It's not to be, and Croft's going to come back.
Joe, you require.
Well, you couldn't get much closer than that,
40.
could you? So tops now for Crofty to take the match. And he takes it with his first dart. His double comes to fruition. A 4-3 victory there for Joe Croft against Lorenzo Pronk. 90.19 average for Joe. 88.45 for Lorenzo. 5 180s for Lorenzo there. And when we return, we go David Fatum and Ricardo Ulrich.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've completed the first 2 rounds worth of play on this Monday morning. Before the break, we saw Joe Croft get the better of Lorenzo Pronk by 4 legs of 3. Both him and Andy Hamilton have had perfect starts to the day. The only 2 players that have won 2 from 2 so far on the opening day's worth of action in Group A. Game number 7, the first game from the middle round of fixtures, is a meeting between David Fatum and Ricardo Ulrich. Both players looking to get their first win on the board. As far as David's concerned, 4-1 defeat to Andy Hamilton's for it, with another 4-1 defeat to Carl Sneed. Whilst for Ricardo, he lost out 4-1 to Lorenzo Pronk in his opener, before then having a little bit of a spell towards the end of his game against Andy Hamilton, but did lose out
First
in a
leg, it's
last
David
leg
to throw
decider.
first. Game on.
Yes, and Ricardo, as it goes at the moment, although a 4-3 defeat against Andy Hamilton, has got the highest average of the day so far, with a 93.88.
Just looked like it was really beginning to click into gear, particularly towards that middle portion of that match against Andy.
Yeah, and I think what happened there was his consistency went off a little bit, and Andy's determination and experience and his battle instinct really took him over the line.
57.
Well, we are at the middle point of the day, which means it is time for the Monday Tungsten Teaser. I know you've all been looking forward to this. And today's Tungsten Teaser actually follows on the back of the Women's Series at the weekend. Now, our friend and colleague, Laura Turner, made her 100th tournament appearance at the Women's Series at the weekend. One of 2 players to do so, alongside one other.
44.
The question is, who is the other player to have picked up a century of appearances at the Women's Series at the weekend? Do get in touch with us at MSN Darts, the handle that you need on social media. And if you get the answer right, I'm going to give you a prize. Do you want to know what that prize is?
Go on then.
I'm going to say, well done.
Woohoo!
98.
Oh, Henry.
$58. David, if I come at 100.
So 100 now for David. Hits the 60. Can he find the tops? He does.
First leg. David
so with his
Fatum.
second dart, and goes 1-0 head in this match.
Second leg, it's Ricardo to throw
Against
first.
Ricardo.
Game on.
I get the sense that this is a game where both players could do just a bit of a confidence boost, and that might just
23.
be what would be the case of able to go on to win this one.
Yeah, I think as far as Ricardo's concerned, the win would be great, obviously, but the way he played against Hamilton would have been a confidence boost in itself, although he lost it.
121.
Whereas David really hasn't performed the way that we know he can. And a win for him, he really, really needs
95.
for his self-confidence.
So is it almost a case then, if you're in David's shoes, that you're almost searching for something right now?
62.
Yeah, you know, you're wondering what you're doing wrong for a start, because he's not throwing the way he knows he can, the way we know he can. So he's he'll be constantly checking with himself to see what he's doing differently, if it's just one of them days
94.
where something just doesn't click, and but he'll be searching for them answers.
135.
And obviously looking to rectify it if he can as quickly as possible, but because we're halfway through the day now, and
65.
he'll be really looking for some points.
Ricardo, 160.
Oh, we saw last week, Jemai van den Herik lose his first 3 games in Group A before then going on to win it.
100.
What talent he is. I
106.
think he's the type of player, in the nicest way, I don't think we'll see too much from here, because I think he might go on to bigger and better things.
43. Ricardo requires 60.
Well, Ricardo now Chance to level the match. Top cent. Double 10.
Game
Finds it
on
with
the
his third
second
dart.
leg. Ricardo
Levels the
Ulrich.
match at 1 apiece.
Third leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
It does have the feeling of a game which could have legs written all over it.
Oh, can he fill this up?
138.
Well, goes for the 18s.
$85.
And David made it through to the final of the Dutch Open early on this year. Lost out to Jeffrey Spadidans to win that particular title.
59.
The biggest win of Jeffrey's career. It's got him a automatic invitation to the Lakeside in December.
44.
It's not a bad title to have on the CV, is it, the Dutch Open?
That is a great tournament, that is. If any darts player should experience that.
78.
It's not only the biggest open tournament in the world, I believe,
81.
but also you'll have the biggest party tent there as well.
I tell you what, Trin, I've got to say, your record's quite poor. You only won it 5 times.
Thank you, Henry.
82.
Yes, I love my Dutch friends. Made many friends over there,
99.
including my
David,
favourite rival as well,
144.
Francis Honsler. Hi, if you're listening, Fran. Many a battle we've had.
45.
7 times she won that particular competition, Francis. Including a couple against you, Trina, I hasten to
125.
say.
Thank you very much
David,
for
you
that.
require 99.
Can't find the double 16.
Ricardo, you require
So
60.
a chance now for Ricardo. Double 16 himself.
35. David, you require 16.
So this to move himself 2-1 in front of the contest. One more. Doesn't get there. And this has kind of been the story of the day
Ricardo,
so
you
far.
require 32.
It has indeed. An opportunity now for Ricardo
Game shot on the
to
third
break,
leg.
and he does so.
Ricardo Ulrich.
Second dart finds the double 16.
Fourth leg, it's Ricardo to throw first.
Well, I'll tell you what, I will
Game on.
delve you through the titles you did win at the Dutch Open. 1999, 3-2 against Francis.
140.
Then number 2 came in 2007, 5-2 win against Claire Bywaters. And then number 3 and number 4
96.
came with wins in 09 and 2011 against Julie Gore. And then title number 5 back in 2013, beating Lorraine Winstanley in the final.
Crikey. Some blast from the past there.
78.
Yeah, some great players have picked up that particular title in the women's and in the men's tournament.
140.
In fact, Dutch winners each of the last 4 years. Jelle Klassen, Barry van Peer, Jarno Bottenberg and Jeffrey Spadidans. The last non-Dutch winner
60.
was Ross Montgomery
Ricardo,
back in
you require
2020. Beat
161.
Brian Roman 3-1 in the final.
64.
Well, Ricardo
100.
got a chance here.
Ricardo, you require
It's
97.
97. Tops.
77. David, you require 167.
Well, it's a big ask, and now an impossible ask for David Fatum. And so, well, I could be
59.
back 2 10s
Ricardo, you
for
require
a 2-leg
20.
lead.
2 5s then.
Game
And
shot
he
on the
finds
full
it.
leg. Ricardo Ulrich.
3-1 lead now to
Fifth
Ricardo.
leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
Well, the newly retired firefighter needs to light up the blue touch paper you feel today.
He hasn't quite found his form.
74.
Or perhaps he's a bit tired because the last few weeks, months have been hectic.
95.
Only 3 weeks ago he got married and retired as a firefighter last Thursday. So
100.
it's been a bit manic for him.
So if David's new wife is over here, could David be the second player to have had a honeymoon in Portsmouth whilst playing at the Super Series?
140.
Well, this destination appeals to a lot of people.
43.
Steve West had his honeymoon in Portsmouth. Loved his honeymoon that much, he decided to buy property down here.
124.
Well, it makes sense for Steve, doesn't it? He spends half his time here anyway.
58. David Iroquois, 82.
There's a lot of players that have definitely made Portsmouth a home from home over the last few years or so. It's double 4.
78.
Inside.
Well, he will be back for the double 2.
48. David, you require 4.
Well, this leg could still get a little bit sticky for David because he's left himself on double 2. His opponent might not be on a finish, but
Game shot on the 5th leg.
he's just shut me right
David
up.
Fatum. 6th leg, it's Ricardo to throw
There's
first.
the commentator's curse.
Game on.
Well, it was an air of caution because he went inside there and then he went above on the double 1. He would have been stuck on the madhouse with Ulrich perhaps on his shoulder, but he's managed to alleviate those fears. Back to 3-2, and the Dutchman now looking to serve it out.
140.
Couldn't find the maximum. It was looking good for one, though. 2 great darts to
140.
start it off. Ricardo returning the 140 favour. Well, there it is.
180.
There he finds his maximum. First maximum of this match.
47.
And it could be a leg changer, potentially a game changer as well, because it's forced the issue of Ulrich, who hasn't left himself on a finish. And so Fatum here has got 6 darts on 181 to break the throw and take us all the way.
59.
I would have liked to treble there.
57. David Iroquois,
Then
122.
Ricardo really didn't pressurise that. So a chance here for David.
$98. Ricardo Iroquois, 170.
Well, he's left himself double 12 by hook and by crook. But is he going to get a look at it? Yes, he is.
43. David Iroquois, 24.
So double 12 now for David. Double 6 then. That's right in the wire. Takes a deep breath
18.
and can't find. Goes the other side of the wire there.
Ricardo Iroquois, 74.
And so this, to get the job done, it's double top. And it's a win on the live lounge stage for Ricardo Ulrich. And it's fair to say he loves it. He gets the better of David Fatum by 4 legs to 2, and it means the American is left at the basement of the table. As for Ricardo, a salute to the camera, first win on the stage. At the tail of the tape from that particular contest. Coming up after the break, it's Carl Sneed up against Lorenzo Pron. you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGuire.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Oh, beautiful. Sophie McKinley, the bullseye.
Well, absolutely sensational stuff. An 11 dart leg from Lorraine Winstanley. Takes it out superbly, Queen of Gulliver.
And she finds it. That's good composure there from Kirsty Vinakainen.
Does it in 3.
So Pauling looking at 130. Another double 5. Oh, that's magnificent. It's another big checkout and a big time for Paige Pauling.
On the first leg.
Check, check, check. Double 13. 3-2 up. She does, getting shot on the second leg. Angela Kirkwood.
Bullseye.
Game shot on the third
Wow.
leg. Steph Clark.
So 109 for the match and 6 starts from here for Vicky Pruin. Is she going to find her second tub plus check of the match? Yes, she is.
And the match.
Once again, she hits the treble, double 18. A nice little
Said dart is going to be at double top. Said dart is found. And this is a good couple of legs of Kirsty Hutchinson here. This week 4 Women's Week 4 is the next specials week here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth with Kirsty Vinnakainen, the only former champion in the field. Her and Gemma Hayter alongside Lorraine Winstein will be looking forward to campaigns at the World Match Play following this. A certain Trina Gulliver's also going to be in action as well. And looking at that lineup, obviously you've got the likes of Kirsty, Gemma, Lorraine will be looking forward to the World Match Play, but there's other players in there that will fancy their chances of picking up the big title here.
Yeah, it's a great lineup again, and you've got a newbie there, as in Angela Kirkwood as well in Group C, and also Natalie Gilbert will be in as well in Group A. So yeah, looking at a very interesting week. Can't wait for it to start.
Gets underway on June the 23rd, live and exclusive here on Pluto TV. We're about to get our 8th game of the session on this Monday morning underway. It's going to be a meeting between Lorenzo Pronk and
First leg,
Carl
Sneed.
Sneed.
First. Game on.
Two players who won one, lost one so far today. The winner will move on to 4 points ahead of Andy Hamilton and Joe Cross meeting in game 9 of the day. This one actually works out in quite a uniform
96.
fashion because before the break was the two players about a point go head-to-head. The two players on 2 points going toe-to-toe now, and the two players on 4 points going head-to-head in the next.
$100.
Just going back to the
60.
The Women's Week, me and Matthew Edgar are having a conversation in the studio about it on Saturday night. And one of the things that the last couple of Women's Weeks has been able to do is actually, yes, you've still got the big name players in there, but there's also opportunities for other players that maybe don't get the time in front of cameras, maybe at other events, the opportunity to really showcase their talents.
Yeah,
79.
absolutely. And, it's obviously been picked on all sorts of tables, including the WADC
59.
table as well. I think you'll find that Angela Kirkwood has got her way in here through that route. And
130.
yeah, she's a great player, and it's going to be an exciting week.
You'll watch that at the end of the month. Yeah, Angela picked up a tour title
81.
this year, winning event 2 of the calendar year, in a very good position to qualify for the Tour Championship Finals, which takes place on Saturday, November the 22nd at the Live Lounge, and live here on Pluto TV as Sneed looks to take out Tots, to take out the opening leg,
Lorenzo
not to be, and so Pronk
60.
should get 2 of that particular target to break.
Well, finds double top. So double 10. 2 5s now.
55. Carly require 40.
And it'd be fair to say that double top put him off a little bit.
Game shot on the first leg.
Well, finds it with his third dart. Takes the first leg.
Second leg is Lorenzo to throw first. Game on.
2 perfect guide, didn't he, with the first 2, and then managed to nestle the third underneath.
100.
Last time Carl was here, it was actually quite a long time ago
85.
since we've seen Carl. Played right at the beginning of the series previous, lost out in the semi-finals of
60.
week 3 of Series 10, a week which was won by Sam Spivey. Spivey man.
He's your favourite player, isn't he?
58.
I don't have favourite players.
Of course, as a commentator,
80.
you can't.
Absolute impartiality. However, Sam is a very, very nice chap who has to put up with a lot of rubbish that I send his way.
81.
However, he has said
140.
that he's absolutely fine with the nickname, so we will persevere with it.
60. Lorenzo, you require 121.
Treble 17 was the target.
44.
Not to be found. And a disappointing third dart by Lorenzo there.
100. Lorenzo, you require 77.
But he gets a second chance at 77. Tops then. And he
Game
finds
shot
it with
the
his third
second
dart.
leg.
Levels the
Lorenzo
match at one
Croft.
apiece.
Anyway, if I was to have a favourite
like it's
player,
goal to
Trina,
go
of
first.
course it
Game
would be you.
Oh, don't start all that again.
$81.
Just because I'm sat next to you, if Scott was here, it'd be him.
60. $97.
If Scott was playing on the stage, I'd have to bring the pillow.
85.
Hope you're well, Scott. Hope you're well, pal.
57.
He'll be better than you when he sees you next.
100.
And we are going to see Scott in this series at some point. That date is to be confirmed.
139. $58.
So 127
Now
now.
127.
Cole. Well, there
91.
was no need to go for the outshot there as Lorenzo back on 198, not on a finish.
48.
So
Carly
played
McGuire,
sensible
36.
to leave himself 36. Double 9 then. Finds it with his
Game
second
shot the
dart
third leg.
and moves ahead
Cole Sneed.
2-1.
And I think he's one of those players, Carl, that you look
Ulrich
at and
is
you think
Lorenzo to
he
throw
doesn't
first.
make many
Okay.
unforced errors. He goes about his business correctly, and if something goes wrong, it's usually because maybe he's missed the odd
100.
dart here and there. It's never usually because he's made the wrong decision in doing something.
140.
Meaning his decisions on outshots or certain
Six.
ways of playing the board, if you like, are correct.
$58. $60.
So Carl here on 303 starts on the 19s. Sensible way to go.
57.
A perfect example of what we were just saying about using the board correctly.
I would have been so ironic after that conversation if he put in a 140 there.
84.
Well, 6 darts from here to get the break and open up a two-legged advantage.
60.
Now, Lorenzo
28.
just losing his way a little bit. And this leg leaves himself 169, which is not an outshot, as we all know.
140.
And Carl just sets it up nicely for him to return. 46.
95. Carly
It's
McGuire,
not been his
46.
spellbinding best so far, but it's just been more than good enough.
$26.
Clips the wire with double 10, and
Lorenzo
Lorenzo's got a chance to
74.
level up.
So 20 now for tops. And he
Game
finds
shot
it.
on the 4 flag.
Well, he saved that leg.
Lorenzo Pron.
2-2 it is.
5th leg, it's Cole to throw first. Game on.
He come from nowhere really in that leg. You thought he was dead and buried, and that one opportunity that he gets at the double he takes.
Oh, he timed that 140, didn't he? To perfection, and then from that point onwards, able to level the game
26.
up, but hasn't been able to find a big score there. And Carl Sneed on throw now, just looking to reset.
Yeah, and Lorenzo looking very dejected at the moment.
100.
Threw every dart there, and after every dart, shook his head.
97.
Another shake of the head there as well.
$91. $41. Carly require 170.
He almost just chucked that with nonchalance. Couldn't find the next treble 20 for the 170. He's got plenty of time in this leg.
100. Carly requires 72.
That's another rueful shake of the head from Lorenzo. Sneed needs double top.
52.
Has got time on his side to move to within one a victory. His second win of the day. Put him on to 4 points ahead of that
42.
meeting between Hamilton and Croft in
Carly
game
require
9.
20.
Well, goes into
Game shot on the 5th
double
leg.
6, but finds the double 4. It's going to a 3-2 lead.
6th leg, it's Lorenzo to throw first.
I think
Game on.
Lorenzo had given up that leg halfway through, to be fair. Just seemed to be throwing nonchalantly.
134.
But it's all to play for in this one.
Two treble start for Lorenzo. Piles the pressure on that man in your picture here.
134.
He finds a two treble visit of his own. And as far as Carl's concerned, there were signs that this form was coming to prominence. He played in a Group A, won an ADC qualifier to play the full week. Prior to that, he'd kind of only been playing Group C's and 2-day groups here. He managed to win it, and he played the type of darts that we hadn't seen from him before. We knew that he could play, but he went up another level, and it's felt like ever since that particular experience, we've not seen him dovetail by way of performance, which is probably now why he comes here with expectation.
140. Lorenzo got 127.
Right, it's neck and neck in this leg. Finds the treble 19. Needs a bullseye.
Carly back 127.
Can't find it. Is it going to be the same route then? Not this time. Needed the treble 19 for the ball.
49. Lorenzo,
so Lorenzo now to take us all the way. Looking at 25. 2 12s. 2 6s. 3 apiece.
On the 6th flag. Lorenzo Pron. 7th and final leg. It's Cole to throw first. Game on.
Clawed it back there. Lorenzo. $100.
Steady ton to start for Carl. We're at the halfway point of the session. Game 8 of 15.
100.
Still another 7 more games to go after this one. And we'll be covering every dart live here on Pluto TV.
$41. $100.
Big find there with the last dart for Carl. Forces Lorenzo here into a 2 treble turn, you feel.
60.
And Lorenzo just not finding it in this leg, in the deciding leg.
60.
A bit of a let off there.
140.
Well, that does leave him a finish. Carl needs to put in a couple of trebles here.
81.
And that's
Lorenzo,
the
you
mistake.
require 160.
Well, it's a big ask, but it's tops for
James
160
got
to
out
win
the
it.
match.
Lorenzo
Pron.
That is special. Saving his best for last. He's not overly enamoured with the performance, but he'd be more than happy with that finish. And he'd be more than happy with the points that he's picked up there. And for Carl Sneed, one of the fancied favourites for this group, well, he's only 2 points on his first 3 games. Next up, Hamilton takes on Croft.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Guys,
Couldn't get the job
got
done.
out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to Pluto TV and its continuing coverage of the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Lorenzo Pron got the better at Carl Sneed by 4 legs to 3. That means for Lorenzo, he's moved on to 4 points, and Carl with just 1 win from his 3 games so far today. Next up for us, Andy Hamilton takes on Joe Croft. The winner of this one will move on to 4 points. Will keep up a unbeaten record so far on this Monday morning. As far as Andy is concerned, he picked up a 4-1 win in his opener against David Fatum, beat Ricardo Ulrich by 4 legs of 3. As for Crofty, well, the scoring has been up there with anybody today, but there has been some issues when it comes to finishing off legs. 4 from 18 and 4 from 15 in terms of his doubling, but is running at about a 90 average for the day. So the scoring is very much up to par. Some work to do in terms of finishing off legs, but if he can knit it all together, then Andy Hamilton's going to have his hands full.
Yes, indeed.
59.
And, it's going to be an interesting match. You've got experience here against youth and
59.
say youth. He's not quite youth, but you know he's younger than Hamilton. But then most of them are in there.
I'm sure he's going to be absolutely thrilled.
He's going to love me with that.
And in terms of this game, the winner moves on to 6 points, and they'll both know they've got an opportunity here if they can win this game to begin to stretch away with
59.
things a little bit and maybe just begin to assert a little bit of authority on the group.
Whoa!
Well, that's the first maximum
180.
of this match. Hammered in by the hammer.
60. And you require 139.
So 139 now for Andy.
$99.
Oh, that's a good find there with his last start. To leave himself tops.
Yeah, really solid start, leaving it after
60.
just a dozen darts.
And he
Joe
required
Croft hasn't really
40.
been able to get out the gate in this opening leg, and so the hammer has an opportunity to
Game's on the
comfortably
first
move
leg.
one up.
Andy
And
Hamilton.
that's a 13 dart to start.
Second leg, it's Joe to throw first. Game on. $60.
Joe can't find the treble 20 at the moment. Whereas in his previous match, his scoring was great.
59. $60.
And another treble-less visit there.
Just opening up the door here for Hamilton against the throw to take full control of the contest. And the winner will move 3 from 3 in terms of the day and a
125.
chance to really take control of this Group A as we head into the final couple of rounds of action on this.
125.
Now Monday afternoon, we've crossed the 12 o'clock threshold. So we can no longer moan that it's Monday morning anymore.
57. $55.
A difficult match for Joe at the moment. Can't find the scoring power that he had in his previous match.
45.
And the finishing.
Well, he has got 6 darts here from 201 to level this game up at 1 apiece. And if he does get himself back
55.
on terms, he'd feel rather fortunate for doing so. But a slip with the last dart has opened up the door for his opponent.
$58. Joey require 146.
So a chance now for Crofty to put things right. Can't be done this time. Looking to set it up.
58. And you require 157.
Well, this would be a hammer blow, wouldn't it? But the 157 is going to go. Croft may just get a dart at the bullseye here, but a chance nonetheless to square this contest back up.
57. Joe, you require 88.
Yes, 88 now for Crofty.
$74.
Can't find the double
And
seven.
you require 100.
So chance now for Hamilton.
Only player so far today not to have taken out a ton plus finish, Andy Hamilton. And that's going to continue for now,
60.
at least anyway.
Joe, you require 14.
So another chance for Crofty. Double seven. Double two then. And he finds
Game
it.
shot on the second leg.
Levels the
Joe
match
Croft.
at one apiece.
Third leg,
And he'll
it's
be
Andy to throw
relieved to
first.
get that
Game on.
leg on the board. Just trying to motivate himself there.
Yeah, it's certainly somebody, Joe, who
60.
definitely has a talking to himself in between throws and things like that. Very much a
56.
vocalizer of the game. Sometimes you've got to find the right balance with that, and Joe's still very much an improving player. I think he's been the first to admit at times that he's sometimes let himself get beat in games, but I suppose it's something that the more you develop, it's
96.
something the more you learn.
Yeah, you learn every game that you play. You know, don't matter how old you are. And, you know,
125.
experience sometimes can make the difference, but you're still learning. Every game, every venue that you're in, every motion.
If you ever meet Joe Croft,
123.
can I give you one bit of advice when you're in his company? Never, ever, ever accept crisps off him.
Really?
He came in one day to the live lounge for an event and he bought him these bubblegum flavoured crisps.
Oh.
And they were the most disgusting things.
Oh, they sound it.
Oh, it was awful.
Didn't realise you could get them.
There's a reason why it's not commonplace on the market. They were
140.
disgusting.
$56.
What worries
And
me
you
is
require
somebody
82.
actually came up with the idea and thought that it was good enough to commission.
$17 now for tops.
Game shot on
Takes
the
it
third leg.
and moves ahead in
Andy
this match
Hamilton.
by 2 legs to 1.
Fourth leg, it's Joe to throw
It's a
first.
perplexed look on
Game
the
on.
face of Joe Croft. 2 on Hamilton, but in terms of numbers, in terms of averages, there's a huge chasm between the pair. It was an off leg from Andy in the previous, which is why Joe managed to get over the line. But the legs that Andy has won, he's won in 13-15. 5 visit legs on throw, which is going to make him incredibly difficult to beat.
Yeah, and for Joe, this is a very different
60.
game to his previous match. Where he averaged
35.
90.19 against Lorenzo Pronk.
It's been a night and day performance for Joe Croft.
42.
But is Andy Hamilton getting a little bit Jekyll and Hyde on and off throw in this particular contest? Because he's won legs with the darts in his hand in 13 and 15, but on the Joe Croft darts hasn't been able to get going as of yet.
60. 140.
Well, now Joe Croft could be in all sorts of bother.
96.
Picks up a triple with the last, but Hamilton here, 6 starts on 259 to get the break and move 3-1 in front.
$99.
Well, leaves himself 160. Does well to find a treble with his second dart. Just moves across the hockey slightly. Leaves himself a finish, but was going to say, will he get chance? But he will.
41.
Slip for the last there means that Hamilton will be left on a free darter. And he is going to get a look at the 119.
42. And he require 119.
So 19s is the first dart. Treble 20 for tops then. Finds a treble 20. Can he find the tops? And he does.
Shot on the 4th leg.
Moves ahead
Andy
by
Hamilton.
3 legs to 1. And that was a
Looks like it's
breaker
Andy to
throw.
first. Game on.
Well, we've had 6 ton plus checkouts in this session, 1 for every single player. 3 from 3 on his doubles, Andy Hamilton, and now he is looking to apply the finishing touches.
100.
3-1 to the goods, and Joe Croft is going to have to try and summon something here.
60.
He's just been so unlucky, Joe, on the treble-less visits, because they haven't been too far away.
It's just one of them where the margins are so fine, and Andy's just beginning to really kick, having in excess of 90. It's been a really solid performance from him, and he looks like he's on the cusp of making it 3 wins out of 3 in this group, and the signs could begin to become ominous for him.
$92. $85.
Are now looking to apply the finishing touches, looking to wrap it up.
83.
Leaves himself on 92 after 12 to complete a 4-1 victory for Joe Croft. It'll be about going again in his next match against
60.
David Fatum in a couple of matches' time.
92.
But Andy Hamilton here has got 6 starts from 92 to complete a 4-1 win and to get a 3rd consecutive victory at the beginning of this Monday. As a glance over to the scoreboard, which is why he wasn't going to go double-double.
I was going to say what Joe would do for a 180 now, but
100. Andy require 40.
not to be. So chance now for Andy to take out tops. Takes it with his first start. Takes the match. 4 legs to 1. Joe Croft laughing in the background just to say, where was I in that? I was nowhere. Andy Hamilton with an 89.10. Joe Croft with a 67.22. Well below his performance earlier. A 119 checkout for Andy Hamilton. And when we return, we've got Ricardo Ulrich against Cole Sneed.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've completed 9 games on this Monday morning. This is what we've watched up to press before the break. Andy Hamilton made it 3 wins out of 3 of a 4-1 success against Joe Croft. So it is the Hammer that leads the way going into the final couple of rounds worth of play. 6 points to his name. Lorenzo Pronk and Joe Croft both on 4. Carl Sneed and Ricardo Ulrich both on 2. David Fatum, the only player yet to pick up a win on the opening day's worth of play in this Group A. For Carl and Ricardo, an opportunity for them to pick up a second win of the day as they go head-to-head in the 4th round's worth of fixtures. For Carl, there would have been expectations that come this point of the day, he'd be competing at the top of the table. If he can conjure up 6 points at the end of day 1, I think he would take it for his efforts. As for Ricardo, well, he's played well in patches, but I suppose patchy has been the appropriate word to describe his day so far. There's been spells of brilliance, but also spells of inconsistency.
Game on.
It's our 10th game of the day. 2 more rounds of fixtures to go. And I just get the 51 sense, Trina, that by the end of this particular round, we'll get a better sense of where the table's going to shape up.
Yes, and you say Andy Hamilton leading at the moment.
140.
And looking in very good nick, very fine fettle does the Hammer. Well, Sneed, as I mentioned just a few moments ago, I think if he could get 6 points out of today, he'll be
96.
very, very happy with his efforts, and will use it as a platform to build tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. A bit of a slow start for him.
140.
But it's getting better as the day goes on.
$93.
Well, the first 180 of the game goes the way of the Dutchman, and it could be a max which puts him in control of this opening, just as Carl Sneed was threatening a break opportunity.
100. Ricardo requires 75. Game shot on the first leg.
Well, finds the tops.
Ricardo Ulrich.
And takes the first leg of the match.
Second leg, it's Cole to throw first.
Ricardo on the board from Arnhem in the Netherlands. Let's get to know Ricardo's hometown just a little bit better, shall we?
140.
Ricardo, born in Arnhem, a city and municipality situated in the eastern part of the Netherlands, near the German border. And actually, as a fair few links towards sport, it has to be said.
85.
It hosted the 1980 Summer Paralympics. Has a famous football
39.
team, Vitesse Arnhem, who won the Dutch Cup in 2017. And its home ground, the Gelredome, hosted matches for UEFA Euro 2000, which the Netherlands jointly hosted alongside Belgium.
Well, if you'd have asked nicely,
45.
I'd have asked my wife to tell you all that.
Oliver Quine, 96.
95 now then for Carl.
28.
Got plenty of time. As Ricardo back on 393.
43. Carly requires 68.
For 68 now for Carl.
Game
Finds a double 18. Levels the match at 1 apiece.
Really good start for
Third leg is Ricardo to throw
Carl,
first.
averaging 103 in the early exchanges of this contest. 2 15 darters, 1 apiece. The score?
135.
And just to finish off our facts about Arnhem for the day, it's got 2 twin towns / sister cities in the United Kingdom.
Okay, and they are?
Croydon and Coventry.
96.
Okay, well, Coventry not too far away from me.
I've got no idea why there's relations, but there are.
95.
Also twinned with Airdrie in Scotland.
60. 78.
Well, just deflects into the treble 5 there with his last dart.
96.
Leaves himself on 114 when he returns.
41. Ricardo, you require 114.
And Carl doesn't leave himself a finish, so Ricardo will have 6 at this. Should he have needed.
95.
When he give for treble, leave himself on a
41.
2-darter, not to be.
Ricardo,
And so
you require
Ricardo's
90.
got space in this third leg. 2 in hand at double 8. Only
Game
needs the
shot on
one
the third
and
leg.
finds himself
Ricardo
2-1
Ulrich.
to the good. All 3 legs so far going with throw.
Fourth leg, it's Cole to throw first. Game on.
Well, it's not quite going to plan for Carl so far. I think that's fair to say.
He's had a couple of loose darts,
26.
a few visits. And he'll be looking to rectify that as soon as he can.
96.
He will not want to go 3-1 down.
Very much riding on the crest of a wave. Last time Carl was here, I was
100.
very fortunate to have a little bit of a sit down with him for 5 minutes or so. And he was just saying that he's embracing every single opportunity that's
100.
coming his way. And he just feels like he's a player that he thinks he's a decent player, but he's now doing extraordinary things. And he's very much
59.
humbled by the experiences that he's been afforded this year.
43.
Yeah, he has 2 daughters at home as well. 1-4 and 1-6. So he says he misses them terribly when he's away.
140.
See it on his left sleeve, Fear and Ada. Always a reminder on the shirt.
134.
And we've heard the story from Conan Whitehead, how families inspired him to become the player
45.
he is.
Ricardo, you reckon 128.
Well, needed the treble 20 there for bullseye. Just slips into the treble 5.
90. Carly require
But recovers.
131.
And the 1-3 on 3-1 can't be done this time. So Ricardo will return for double
57.
19
Ricardo, you
should he
require
choose
38.
to go straight for it.
Well, go straight for he does, and now this is a bit awkward.
19.
And he was
Carly
trying to loop
requires
it over the top,
74.
but couldn't find a way through. And so Carl Sneed has got an opportunity to level up that perhaps he wasn't expecting.
Game shot.
Well, he makes the most of that.
Cole Sneed.
Takes his chance and does indeed level the match at 2 apiece.
Fifth leg, it's Ricardo to throw first. Game on.
Well, a great maximum there to start this leg
180.
for Ricardo. Followed nicely by a ton 40.
$58.
Bit of a disappointing backup throw there by Ricardo.
100.
Would have been hoping for more.
$96.
Well, leaves himself on 167. Needs to treble
41.
here
Ricardo, you require
to leave himself a finish, but not to be.
Ricardo getting time and space. A game which
93.
has gone all with throw so far. It looks like it's a trend that's going to continue here. Sneed needs to put in a couple, you feel, to put some kind of pressure on Ricardo, and to his credit, that's exactly what he's done.
Well, misses the 14 section completely. Needed the ball.
39. Colin Brook, 80.
Well, this is a fabulous opportunity for Carl Sneed. And he's going to get 2 in his hand, a double 10. To edge in front for the first time, and now he has the darts to win it.
Sixth flag, it's Cole to throw first.
Yeah, he's really taking the chances when he gets the opportunity. And now you find Cole throwing for the match.
98. $39.
Another maximum there. 2 apiece now in this match.
83.
Could this be another one? It's not quite.
140.
I spoke too soon.
Well, after the game was tied up at 2-2, Carl Sneed has found a real push, hasn't he?
Colin Brook, 83.
Yeah, indeed he has, and requires 83 now to take this match.
And he's going to get a dart in his hand, a double 12. Not to be this time, but he's got plenty of time to his aid.
$81.
Only 81.
McGuire, 24.
So Carl got 6 darts at this, should he need it, but he doesn't. Takes it with his first dart.
Sneed
Takes the match 4 legs to 2. A 91.91 average there by Carl, and an 81.88 from Ricardo. 4 out of 6 for Sneed. And returning after the break, we have Joe Croft and David Fatum.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGuire.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Plenty coming up on Pluto TV. Once we're done, we'll be delving into the career of Andy Hamilton as a part of the latest of the Tungsten Talk series. Once we're done, then we'll be having Phil Taylor in conversation, talking about the key topics in the modern day darts world. That's from 5 o'clock tonight. The live darts is back tomorrow morning from 9:30 a.m. which will see David Fatum back in action. And it all builds up to the crescendo Saturday night from 7:30 p.m. We'll see who will join the list of weekly winners. Jess Smith, Scott Taylor, John O'Shea and Shane McGurk in action. Who's going to light up the stage here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth on Saturday night? We will find out before too long. Now, before we get underway between Joe Croft and David Fatum, there is a change of shirt for the American. Still looks like he's lost in a vortex, and he may find himself adrift in this group if he loses to Crofty in this one.
Well, could this be the superstition that us darts players always boil down to? That shirt wasn't working for him, so a change of shirt.
First leg, it's Joe
luck
to throw first.
Do more,
Game on.
be more. The slogan on the back of the shirt, which I suppose is probably appropriate in terms of what he's going to need to do to get some success towards the end of the day and get some points on the board, which will keep him competitive going into Tuesday and Wednesday.
134.
For Joe, it's been a day so far where we've spoken about the scoring. It's been absolutely superb, but the finishing has been a real problem.
96.
Crofty over the course of the day. Only hit a quarter of his attempts at a double over the course of the session.
100. $95.
McCrofty leaving himself 170. After 9.
45. Joey, you require 170. $40.
Right, we'll be back for that. As David back on 222. Looking to put some pressure on it though.
105. Joey, you require 130.
I feel like he should have left it a little bit tighter than 130, but should get a go at the ball.
93.
He's not going to get.
David, you require 170.
So a chance for David. Treble 19. Can't be found.
40. Joey, you require 37.
And so Croft returns to 37 to take the opening leg of this contest. Just about in the single 5. Had to double check for a second. Double 16.
21.
Double 8 goer begging.
David, you
the
require
story of his day
77.
rears apparent again.
Tops then.
57. Joe, you require
Just
16.
underneath the wire. So another chance for Croft to put this leg away. Double 8, double 4 now.
8.
And he can't
David,
find
you
it either.
require 20.
So 2 10s for Fatum to take out the opening leg. And to get the break which he needs at some point to win this contest. It's now double 5.
15.
It's inside, and so
require
Crofty comes back.
8.
Double 4 then.
Game
Finds
shot
it with
the
his
first
second
leg.
dart.
Joe Croft.
Takes the first leg of the match.
Second leg is David to
But it
throw
wasn't
first.
pretty.
Game on.
But he's managed to find a way through.
$60.
Well, the Scorpion here is going to have to find a kick, isn't he?
134.
Otherwise, he might find his tail between his legs following the first day's plate.
Oh, that could be painful.
Yeah, I think that'll pinch a bit.
42. $52.
Well, David really not had a good day today as of yet.
60.
Still trying to get some points on the board. But really hasn't played to his potential.
83.
Now, just been having a look at the potentially why Fatum might have the
58.
Scorpion nickname and maybe some of the reasons behind the shirt. And I think I might have got to the bottom of it. I could be completely wrong in this. But the Phoenix Scorpio is a concept in astrology which represents the most evolved and transformed stage of the Scorpio sign, symbolizing
59.
a rebirth from the ashes of personal struggles and transformative experiences. It suggests that Scorpios, known for their intense nature and capacity for change, can rise above
85.
negativity and trauma to become compassionate and insightful individuals.
Now then.
57.
I could be completely wrong.
Well, it sounds good anyway, Henry.
Who needs the truth to get in the way of a good story?
100. Joe, you require 116.
A chance now for Joe. Take out the 116. Needed the treble 20.
40. David, you require 96.
It looked like it was hidden slightly from his first start, that treble 20 shot. Can only set it up now.
56. Joe, you require 76.
Leaves himself tops. If Joe doesn't take out this 76. And finds a treble 20, double 8 now.
Game
and finds
show
that
the second
too.
leg. Joe
Moves
Croft.
ahead by 2 legs to nil.
Third leg is Joe
Oh,
to
there's a
throw
bit of a
first.
boxing tussle
Game
there on there. Bit of ducking and diving on the stage.
All you needed was a ring after all that dodging and weaving.
60.
Croft 2-0 up. David from
140.
Phoenix in Arizona, which is the 5th most populous city in the United States with over 1.6 million residents as of the 2020 census.
140.
Nicknamed the Valley of the Sun.
$40.
And a beautiful city, beautiful landscape, plenty of mountains. And it does get very hot, particularly in the summer, because the average temperature can get as hot as 50 degrees Celsius at this time of year in June.
91.
Too hot for me.
81.
Chance now for David. Drops his darts. He's left himself on 81 after 9. Double 13 then.
Game shot.
And he finds it. Gets a leg on the board. And celebrates. Hands in the air.
Full flag, it's David to throw first. Game on.
Well, Joe Croft bites his flights, and when a certain Mr. Taylor used to do that back in the day, it was an indication that he was feeling the pressure a little
42.
bit.
$58.
Joe comes from an assembly line of great players from the region that he's
43.
from. Spends a lot of time in the company of the likes of Steve West, Thomas Banks, and for his sins, Jared Cole.
42.
Very much a thriving area within the darting world.
100.
Matter of fact, of the people that he's been knocking around with, the likes of Banks, West and Cole, he's now the only one without a weekly win, a weekly title here.
94. $77.
Is that a loose dart again from Crofty?
43.
He's doing his head in, as he indicated there.
You get the sense he's not just playing David Fatum, but he's also fighting a battle with himself
83.
right now.
So David does leave himself 156. And Joe looking to leave a finish, and he does.
David, you
Himself
require
a nice
156.
Should he get the chance? And he will.
100. Joe, you
Well,
require
it's been a game where
130.
ton plus finishes have not looked likely. Not looked likely at all.
86.
And it almost went.
David, you require 56.
So 16 now for Tops to level the match. Well, that's a poor dart.
17. Joe, you require
Goes
44.
way into the 1 segment. Double 16.
Game
Takes it
shot
with
on
his
the
second dart and
flag.
goes ahead.
Joe Croft.
By 3 legs to 1.
Crucial
flag,
breaker
it's
throw
Joe to
now
throw
has the dart
first.
to win it.
Game on.
2 players that are at odds and at one with each other.
$83.
He's got a nice throw, hasn't he, Joe? Steady and smooth. Rock solid.
134.
All the mechanics to be a great player. Which is probably why in his own mind, why he probably gets as frustrated as he does when things don't go well.
30.
Yeah, it's hard to fathom out sometimes, and that's when it does get
99.
frustrating. You try and figure out what you're doing wrong. You know, is your stance right? Are you holding the dart right? You know, just things like that. And it's just, there's something clearly here that isn't going right for him, but he's just toiling in his head now as to thinking, what is it? What am I doing?
74.
And I get the sense as well with Joe that when it clicks, which probably leads to the further frustrations.
80.
Well, we seen it earlier in the day, didn't we, where he had a great match where his scoring and his finishing was top notch.
54.
And now it's come to a point where he's really struggling on all counts.
And I think part of the problem is that first dart just isn't working for him, so he's forever
44.
chasing. And he could be broken in this leg. Fatum's left himself on 144.
85. David, 144.
And he's going to get 6 to reduce the gap back down to 1.
96.
A return for 48. Should get 2 darts and a double of choice upon his return.
$95 left.
85. David, require 48.
Size to stay up. So 48 now for David. Double 16. Takes it with his second dart.
David
and gets
Fatum.
another leg on the board. Trails by 3 legs to 2.
Sixth leg, it's David to throw first. Game on. $100. $96.
Well, there seems to be a little bit of a flashpoint here, which the referee Owen Biggs is just getting to the epicenter of. Not quite sure what happened, but it seems whatever was the case has been solved.
117. $89.
Was he impeding on the lines?
138.
It's one of those where we don't quite know as of yet. It could quite literally be anything.
Yeah, all we can do at this point in time is assume.
96. David, you require 146.
Clearly that wasn't right and had to be pointed out. So
Binks laying down the law.
That's what he's there for.
Respect his authority.
140. David, require 52.
Double 16 then. Double 8 to level the match.
Game
and he finds it.
Sixth flag.
So we go
David
into
Fatum.
a deciding leg. And Crofty has the
Seventh
dart.
final leg, it's Joe to throw first.
Well, whatever's apparent,
Game
both
on.
players do not look happy. They look very forlorn. They look very, if anything, they look rather tired. And that wouldn't be a surprise when you consider they both played in Selsey yesterday, played in the England
121.
Open weekend. They've made the trip from there to Portsmouth, having played a weekend's worth of darts.
98.
So maybe not a surprise if the tank is getting close to empty here.
60.
And that's the thing.
77.
This is where fine lines come into it as well as your preparation. It's good to have a bit of practice and that match play.
140.
But you've got to be careful for it not to burn you out as well. And, you know, this is a long week here. And, yeah, it's a fine line. It's
100.
that balance.
If Paul Nicholson was sat in this seat, he'd be talking about calendar management.
100.
And it is something that players have got to look after more now than ever.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a real thing. The schedule of darts is so busy now that you really have to manage it well. And it's 80 here now, 75 then. Can he find the bullseye from there? He's deciding what to do here. Well,
55.
Just clips the wire.
167.
Well, this would sting. But the Scorpion isn't going to find the 167. And so Croft will come back for 2 more match darts. And those 2 match darts are going to just about be at double 10.
Stand back and composes himself. And finds the double 10. Takes the match by 4 legs to 3. Not a great match. A bit bitty at times. But they do get over the line. A conversation here being had by the players and the referee. So a 4-3 victory there for Joe Croft. And coming up next we have Lorenzo Pronk and Andy Hamilton.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGuire.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Joe Croft got the better David Fatum by 4 legs to 3. Game number 12 is a meeting between Lorenzo Pronk and Andy Hamilton. For the Hammer, an opportunity to move on to 8 points in the group. And it would mean he'd open up a 4-point gap going into his final game against Carl Sneed in match 14 of the session. As for Lorenzo, well, he's got a chance here. If he can get the better of the Hammer to move on to 6 points, he could actually leapfrog Andy with a win by a margin in this one. It opened the group up for interpretation coming into round number 5.
First leg
Particularly
is
when
Lorenzo
you
to
look
throw
at the way that
first.
the fixtures pan
Game
out.
on.
It could either be a day dominated by Hamilton, or we could have co-leaders come the end of the day. But a lot of what happens there will be dictated by what happens in this particular game. Joe Cross already on 6 points in the group because of that win before the break against David Fatum. This, the final game from the 4th round of fixtures. As for Andy,
96.
he's just been the most consistent player all day, really, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has, and he really has, and yeah, I think there's a bit of experience there as well, and is, like I say, is a lot is to be said for the passion that he has for the game, and you know, he really does believe that he will be there Saturday night, and whether he wins the group A or gets through in Group B or C later on in the week.
He's won games in different fashions, had a couple of big wins, but also had to go to the well against Ricardo Ulrich in game 2 of the day. As for Lorenzo,
69.
2 wins from his 3 games, and there's been signs that things are certainly trending in the right direction. Has shown
95.
an improvement of level from his first appearance here. Of that, there's no doubt, and he's got an opportunity on throw here to take the opening leg.
Yeah, vast improvement for Lorenzo.
56. Lorenzo, you require 129.
Doesn't find the treble 20.
93.
But does find
Andy, you
the
require
treble 18.
140.
Leaves himself 36. Andy now on 140. 2 treble 20s for double 10. Finds the first. Can't find the second.
85. Lorenzo, you require 36.
I just wonder where Dart 2 went. Maybe
Did he go tops
Yeah.
tops there, do you think?
Game shot in the first leg.
Well,
Lorenzo Pron.
he won't return because Lorenzo's just taken out 36.
Second leg, it's Andy to throw first.
Takes the first leg of the match.
Which is interesting because you actually look at the lie of Dart 1. It looked quite inviting, didn't it?
Yeah, surprised he went tops tops.
140.
Turns out you can teach an old hammer new tricks.
60. $180.
Maximum there for Andy Hamilton. His first of this match.
121. $41.
Well, Andy on 140 after 9.
41.
And Lorenzo
And he require 140.
not hitting anything there to pressurise.
100.
Does find the treble 20 with his last dart and leaves himself tops, which he will return for.
135.
Nearly hits the maximum. But tops now for Hamilton.
Game
Finds it with his second dart. Levels the match. One apiece.
14 darter there.
So like it's Lorenzo to throw first.
For Hamilton to square the contest up. Really good contest so far. I know we're only a couple of legs in, but Hamilton averaging just under 98. Lorenzo 92
62.
in change. Well, prior to that visit it was anyway. But if he wins this game, Andy, he'll feel like he's broken the back of the day. 8 points to his name, and he'll have an opportunity
49.
against Carl Sneed to complete the card, make it 5 and 5. And if he does that, then he is in a very good position to
44.
get out of this group and get automatic passage into Saturday night. Shaking the head from Lorenzo. We saw signs, didn't we, in his game
48.
last time out that he was just beginning to get a little bit dejected with Lorenzo, despite beating Carl Sneed by a 4-3 scoreline.
44.
Yeah, thanks to that amazing 160 checkout he took out in the last leg. But you're
41.
right, before that, he was a bit dejected. He had a few loose darts and it was really starting to rattle him. But then hit a fantastic 160 out
100.
to give him the match win.
Well, this game is just kind of quelled into a bit of a staccato pace.
$53.
Both players just struggling a little bit here.
58.
Well,
56.
recovers with the treble 18 there.
$131.
Well, that's a bit more like it from Lorenzo. Leaves himself on 62 to move himself back in front again.
$100. Lorenzo requires 62.
So 62 now for Lorenzo. Finds the treble 10. Needs the double 16.
30.
And can't find it.
And
It's
he
a dart
requires
reflects
154.
off the barrel.
Well, if Hamilton takes this will be a case of what goes around comes around, because this is what Lorenzo prompted to Carl Sneed earlier on.
78.
But he's going to have to take out this double
Lorenzo, you
16 with
require
Hamilton on his
32.
shoulder.
$16.
I thought the second dart was in then.
And he
I think
requires
he did for a second as well, which is why there was a slight pause and delay before throwing dart free. So this is an opportunity for Hamilton to get the breaker throw and open up a 2-1 lead. Chumma 19, not to be, and so Pronk is
33.
back. Another bite
Lorenzo
to
require
double 8.
16.
Double 4 then. And he
Game
finds
show
it with
the
his third dart.
Lorenzo Pronk.
Leads by 2 legs to 1.
Looks like it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
That first start is usually ideal for Andy, just to nestle one or two alongside.
141.
Well, the treble 19 target just slipped into the treble 7.
85.
It's great darts, though, from Andy Hamilton.
And of course, I haven't forgotten about the tungsten teaser.
Oh,
60.
I thought you might have.
We'll get to the answer of the question in our next game between Joe Croft and Ricardo Ulrich.
140.
The question is, if you want to get in touch with us at MSS Darts, our friend and colleague Laura Turner became one of 2 players who have played in 100 Women's Series events at the weekend. Who was the other player to do so? Do get in touch with us at MSS Darts with your answer.
140.
I can confirm the answer is not Trina Gulliver.
140.
But you're not too far off.
And you require
I've got no
160.
idea.
$45. Lorenzo, you
Well,
require
chance
136.
For Lorenzo to take out 136. Can't be done now, so Hamilton will be returning for 115.
And you require 115.
Just the one treble needed for a crack at the double. If not, Pronk is back for the break. I can't find the treble there, which left him a tie of double 18, and so Pronk back for 56 for the break.
56.
To tops then. He's taking his time.
Game
Takes
shot
it with
the
his
full
second
flag.
dart.
Lorenzo Pronk.
And does break the throw of Andy Hamilton.
is Lorenzo to
Moves
throw
into a
first.
3-1 lead.
Game on.
And now has the darts to get it done, to get it won, and to get the points in the pocket and deny Andy Hamilton for the first time
100.
today.
$99.
Yeah, must-win leg for Hamilton.
96. $94.
Good pick off with the last dart.
Super darts there from Lorenzo Pronk. Leaves himself 143.
Could well be the visit that wins him this match. He's another, doesn't find
83.
it. And so Lorenzo now 143 and 6 darts from this point to pick up a 4-1 win, which would put him on to 6 points and deny Andy Hamilton a clean
91.
sweep. All Hamilton can do from this point is try and
58.
apply pressure. Lorenzo Pronk back
52.
for the match, looking at 52 to move him on to 6 points. It'd be 3 players would be tied at the top of the group. And for the first time today, Andy Hamilton is beaten. And Lorenzo Pronk is one of 3 players that are tied on 6 points at the top of the group going into the final round of the day. He's beaten the former world finalist by 4 legs to 1. This is how he did so. An average of 84, 33% on the doubles. After the break, Joe Croft takes on Ricardo Ulrich.
54. Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Get
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match, and the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. This is what we've seen so far. Before the break, Andy Hamilton lost his first game of the day, 4-1 to Lorenzo Pronk. Our final round of fixtures sees Croft take on Ulrich, Hamilton, Sneed, Fatum and Pronk. This is how the table looks. And because of that win for Lorenzo, and by the manner of the scoreline, it means he's now top of the table, and 3 players are all tied on 6 points apiece. Pronk, Hamilton and Croft. And Joe Croft's got the opportunity to finish the day on 8 points in the league table if he can get the better of Ricardo Ulrich in this one. And as far as Croft is concerned, when you consider what has happened over the course of the day, he will probably snap your hand for 8 points come the end of it. His scoring at times has been as good as anybody. There's been some problems in terms of finishing off legs, but 8 points would yield a very, very healthy return for Crofty.
Yeah, he'd be pleased with that indeed. And yeah, it's been a bit bitty for him today. Times of brilliance and then times of real frustration.
First leg,
Which at
it's
times
Joe to
you've
throw
seen
first.
in terms of the
Game on.
facial reactions just begin to boil over a little bit. Plays with his heart on his sleeve, and you very much get the read and tell of what he's doing and how
140.
he's feeling when he's at the board.
40. $140.
Yeah, this is a great start for him. in this match. He's hoping he's
39.
rectified whatever problem he thought he had in the previous match.
140.
That's 3 140s in this match for Joe. Leaves himself on 81 after
58.
9.
Joe, you're quite 81.
Well, these two have been in different postcodes in this leg. Well, manages to find a way through to the treble 10. Leads in double
63.
18. Moves inside, and because no matter what, Ulrich isn't going to leave a finish in with a max, you may see Joe potentially split.
140. Joe, you're quite 18.
He's going straight for it.
No
and
score.
he slips into the double 14. Won't be too bothered.
100. Joe, you're quite 18.
Ricardo back. At 18 then. Finds it
Game
with his
shot on the
second
first
dart.
leg. Joe Croft.
And that is a 15 dart leg.
Second leg is Ricardo to throw first. Game on.
1-0 to JC.
95. $140. $99.
Well, I suppose to a certain extent, Joe, well, no, at least with this game, he could just exert all of
95.
all of his energies into it and just have one final push to the line and then head for home.
99.
Yeah, like you say, he'll be trying to finish the day on 8 points.
140.
And this is a much better match here by Crofty.
Well, he's putting it up to Ricardo, who, he's got it in this
126.
leg, has come up with a couple of answers. Needs to find the treble here. Well, that was in, and then it spat back out.
76. Ricardo
Does find it with his third dart. Chance now for Ricardo. 20 for the bullseye.
48. Joey
Can't
required
find
50.
it. So opportunity for Crofty to take out this 50. Top cent. 10s. Slips into the 15s.
Ricardo
Did
required
that in his
25.
earlier leg.
So you're going to be made to pay. Double 4
21.
inside.
Joey required 50.
Top cent.
Game
Finds
shot
it
the
with his third
second
dart.
leg.
Makes
Joe
no
Croft.
mistake this time, although it was rather close to the double 15 section
Third
again.
leg, it's Joe to throw first.
Does take the second
Game.
leg and moves 2 legs clear.
He's in control, but he's still making hard work of it, isn't he, Joe Croft?
92. $140. $96.
Maximum there.
180.
For Ricardo. First of this match.
125.
Joe nearly coming up one with his own.
Oh, like taking the darts in this third leg, but a poor turn there.
22.
Leaving himself on 159 has suddenly left Crofty with 6 on 188 to open up a 3-0 lead.
100.
Well, that's great darts there.
39. Joey
From
required
Ricardo. Leaves himself 20. Should he get the chance? Can he find the double 14? He can't.
74. Ricardo required 20.
So Ricardo will have a chance at double 10
Game shot
and
the
takes
third
it.
leg.
Gets a leg on the
Ulrich.
board in this contest. Trails by
Fourth
2
leg,
legs
it's
to 1.
Ricardo to throw first.
And Kush as well, it's a breaker throw. The game returns
Game
to
on.
throw. And Ricardo has an opportunity here to level us back up at 2-2.
57. 140. 58. 85.
You can feel he's now really in the mood, Joe Croft.
Yeah, he looks a different player to his previous match.
140.
Just looks like he's got his rhythm back.
41.
It's quite a fast game, this. Both throwing at pace.
81.
Well, Ricardo not leaving himself finished there.
140.
And so it means Joe Croft's got an opportunity
95.
to instantaneously
95.
get the break back and open up a 3-1 lead. And it's the bullseye for it.
64. Ricardo requires 70.
There's 66 left. Well, wanted the 16 for the
38.
bullseye, but
Joe
slips
requires
into the
31.
double 7.
And so 2 8s to stretch away a 2-leg lead. And once again, Joe Croft thinking that a dart was in, has to readjust,
23.
cannot find a way
Ricardo
through.
require
And so
32.
Ricardo Ulrich, who is 2-0 down in this game,
Game's
is back on
fourth
level
leg.
terms.
Ricardo
That
Ulrich.
was a super deflection there. Off the barrel and
If it's Joe to
into
throw first. Game on.
the double 16.
One
One of those darts. It's a bit like a football free kick, you know, that comes off the post and in.
121. 59.
Well, looks like we're going to have another protracted contest on our hands here.
57.
We've seen a fair few games go the distance today. It's been a very tight and competitive group.
58. 60. 140.
Yeah, nice 140 there by Crofty to leave himself 104. This is a great reply. And a maximum thrown in there.
104.
Ricardo's second of this match.
But missing the single number is something out of the Rod Harrington school of darts.
Yeah, maybe a bit rushed there.
84. Ricardo require 83.
Well, this game could have a very different complexion in a couple of moments' time. Croft was 2-0 up, was in cruise control.
70.
But has had a dart go against him
20.
to go 3-0 behind. 3 and a hand, a double 10.
Game shot on the
He's
fifth
back in
leg.
front and
Joe
back in
Croft.
business.
Sixth leg, it's Ricardo to throw
Although
first.
Ricardo does
Game
have
on.
the insurance policy of having the darts here to take us to a last leg decider and puts it to good
134.
use of his first turn.
$66.
Well, recovers well with the deflection again. With that last dart into the treble 20.
54. 100. 125.
Say this pace is suiting both players.
Yeah, being played at a tremendous pace. Game really
58.
flowing, but it looks like we will be heading to a last leg decider. Ricardo with 6 darts from 188 to take us all the way, and a
135.
couple of big trebles there. Leaves himself on 53 after just 12 darts.
31. Ricardo, you require 53.
Double 18.
Game shot
And he takes it, and we do indeed
Ricardo
go
Ulrich.
into a deciding leg.
7
Well, this is a leg with huge ramifications.
Game
If
on.
Ricardo wins it, he moves on to 4 points. He keeps Joe Croft on 6. But if Crofty can win this leg, then he will move on to 8 points overnight, which means the worst thing
45.
that can happen is he has a share for the lead, which he would have snapped your
41.
hand off for at the beginning of the day.
He would. And that score, previous score from Crofty, wasn't penalised
140.
by Ricardo.
100. $41.
Yeah, another deflection there for Crofty. Goes into the big one.
100.
Ricardo finding the treble 20 with his last dart.
So the slenderest of advantages to Joe Croft, just based on the sheer fact he has the darts in this leg. Picks up the 25, means he can head up, was looking for the
50.
treble to leave himself on the big fish, unable to get, and now the door opens for Ricardo.
140.
Yeah, and he punishes. Ricardo
65.
takes the advantage.
Ricardo, you require 120.
So 120 now for Ricardo. Finds that treble 20. Can't
100.
find the
Joe, you
tops.
require 160.
We've already seen a 160 to win a match. Are we going to see another here? Just above the treble. A game which Joe Croft had full control of,
81.
could be let slip, as Ricardo
Ricardo, you
Ulrich looks
require
at double
20.
10 to finish his day with a full free win and to finish his first day with 4 points on the board. Gets there with his last dart in hand,
Ricardo
and
Ulrich.
he will end the day with 4 points to his name. A case of what might have been for Joe Croft. He had control of the contest, a contest which if he won would have seen him on 8 points overnight, but it is Ricardo Ulrich who takes the spoils in that one. That's the tale of the tape. Ricardo winning by 4 legs to 3. Coming up next, we're going to see Andy Hamilton in action up against Carl Sneed.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6 double 7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
Charlie
Threw the entire body into that one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
And the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Ricardo Ulrich finish his day off all right. A 4-3 victory against Joe Croft means that he's on 4 points going into Tuesday's play. That's the total that Carl Sneed finds himself on, ahead of a meeting with Andy Hamilton, for whom he lost for the first time last time out to Lorenzo Pron by 4-1. A win here for the Hammer would move him on to 8 points in the group, and it would mean that he'll have at least the worst case scenario is going to be a tie for the top of the table. If Carl Sneed wins this, he'll move on to 6 alongside Hamilton, and Lorenzo would have a chance against David Fatum to have the overall lead overnight with 8 points compared to what everybody else has managed to amass
First leg, it's
on
Andy to throw
Monday.
first. Game on.
Well, the bookmakers, before dart was thrown, fancied these two more than anybody else. Hamilton, a 9-4 favourite to win the group with the odds compilers before dart was thrown. Carl Sneed was 11-4 with the bookies to go on and win on Wednesday. And so by that logic, this could well be the
99.
game of the day, one hopes.
Yeah, you would think so, wouldn't you?
$120.
And Andy taking his first defeat in his previous game. He won't like that. So he'll be looking to put things right here.
$180.
And that's a great start from Andy, putting in his first max.
I just fueled the fire for the Hammer.
I think you have.
Well, 6 darts on 2-2-2 to take the opening leg. The Richie Beddoes score. Infamous cricket commentator. Whenever a team was 222 for 2, as he finds max number 2, he used to go, and the score is chew for chew, 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 because that's how he used to say his twos.
Okay.
60.
Learn
Andy,
something
you
new
require
every day.
42.
So 42 here for Hamilton. So double 16 for a 12 dart leg. And he finds
on
it.
the first leg.
What a leg there from
Andy
Andy Hamilton. Goes 1-0 up.
Second leg, it's cold.
Fair to say that he has taken that defeat and taken it a bit personally, and Carl Sneed might be on the receiving end, possibly, of a Hammer onslaught.
140.
Of course, I haven't forgot the answer to the tungsten
81.
teaser.
Are you going to let us know?
I am going to let you know. The question was, Laura Turner was one of 2 players to become the first to make it to 100 appearances in women's series events. Who was the other player? The other player was Katie Sheldon.
Young Katie.
137.
Who has played at the Super Series before.
Yeah, great player from Ireland.
As for next closest players in the appearance list, Lorraine Winstanley's on 98 and Rhiannon O'Sullivan
34.
96 appearances in Women's Series competitions. You won't be surprised to know that Bo Greaves has the most amount of titles. 38.
That's not bad, is it?
83.
She also has a win percentage of over 91%.
That's pretty good, isn't it?
137.
So Carl got a chance here to level the match
100.
on
Only
50
required
as
50.
Hamilton puts in a ton to leave himself a ton. So tops now. Double 10.
40. And he require 100.
Well, he's taken out the 119 already today. Is he going to take out the ton for a 2-0 lead? And if he does, he will break Carl Sneed.
Tops.
60. Carly require 10.
Well, made sense going tops.
Game shot on the second leg.
Doesn't get the
Carl
opportunity to
Sneed.
come back as Carl
Third leg
takes
it's Andy to
that
throw
leg.
first. Game on.
Back on terms, 1-1. Well, Andy was confirmed
78.
as one of the competing players for the 2026 World Seniors Championship not too long ago. So a lot of his focus and a lot of his efforts will be transfixed on perfectly come February time next year.
Well, averages at the moment. Although only one leg apiece, it's 104 for Hamilton and 102.96 for Carl.
57.
Super darts here.
Forget super darts. It was almost perfect darts from
140.
Carl Sneed as he went 5 deep into the 9. Monday is the most popular day of the week for there to be a 9-darter here at the Super Series.
That's an interesting fact. I'd have thought it would have been kind of like midweek after they got into it a little bit, you know?
And yet the one day we've never had a 9-darter is a Saturday.
47.
Blame the crowd.
You're not the first or last darts player that's ever said that. Well, Sneed looking at 134 to
59.
get the break of Hamilton, and he's going to get 6 darts from here to move in front for the first time.
Now finds the treble 18 with his last start to leave himself tops. And he will be back for that. As Andy tries to imply pressure.
83. Carly require 40.
Well, Sneed's left tops up to 12. to move himself in
Game's
front
on
for
the
the
third
first
leg.
time. Really
Cole
good leg,
Sneed.
13 darter, and Sneed has control of the
Fourth leg,
contest.
it's Cole to throw first. Game on.
Oh, those are the averages there. Superb contest, Trina.
Absolutely. 98.14 for Hamilton.
140.
101.2. Way up. Hang on a minute. 104.05 there for Cole. As they changed mid-flow.
He's that good, even the averages don't know how well he's playing.
134.
Both players averaging in 3 figures. Well, now Carl Sneed's brought his average up to in excess of 106, 106 and a half.
Yeah, the first match of today that could potentially finish over the 100 mark.
The irony is it could see both players average in excess of a ton. Well, we did say at the outset of this particular contest it could be game of the day, and so far it is living up to that billing.
Needs the treble, finds the treble.
87.
Give himself an outside chance. Should Carl miss this? It's double 18. And he finds it with his second dart. Moves ahead by 3 legs to 1. Averaging at the moment 109.16 for Carl and 102.82 for Hamilton.
Well, this is superb, isn't it? Hamilton kicked it off a dozen darter. Sneed levelled up, and then since then has piled in a 13 and an 11. 3-1 to the good. And now a leg away.
140.
For moving on to 6 points overnight.
$140. 100.
Well, that's nice darts there. Them 2 darts above the treble 20. So inviting for the third to drop into the treble 20.
Well, Carl Sneed here is averaging in excess of 110 in this contest. These are the types of high levels we know that he is capable of. As for Andy Hamilton, he's averaging 102 and yet getting no change out of this contest.
Carl leaving himself a 170 finish as well.
$57. Carly require 170.
This would break his highest ever recorded average if he does take out the 170. That's 107.36 in a Challenge Tour contest against Reece Colley. That took place earlier this year. Actually, it was in the Challenge Tour. He'd end up winning.
The chance now for Andy to take out this 148. Can't be done this time. So Carl will return for 112.
78. Carly require 112.
Well, this would be some way to wrap up a day which at times has been a little bit hot and cold for Carl Sneed. But he's got a dart in his hand, a double 16 to finish the day off with a 112 finish, and it would have been an average around about 106.
Finds a treble 18. double 8, double 4. And he can't find it. So opportunity now for Carl to wrap this match up. Double 16 required.
Well, he's shown real class and real quality in this contest as Carl Sneed. Can he bring it to a close? He doesn't like the lie of Dart 1, but finds a way above with Dart 2. And it's an average of 103.82. Some way to finish off a day which at times was a little bit up and down. For Andy Hamilton, he won his first 3, he's lost his last 2, and now there's work to do on day 2 for him. As for Carl Sneed, well, he's put himself very much in the picture, courtesy of a performance which is pretty much picture perfect. 103 average, 4 from 8 on his doubles. Last up, David Fatum and Lorenzo Pron. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGuire.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Carl Sneed put in the best performance of the day, a 4-1 win against Andy Hamilton of an average of 103.82, 50% on the doubles, and he moves on to 6 points. Next up, Lorenzo Pron is looking to top the table overnight as he takes on David Fatum. It's a meeting between top and bottom of the league table to finish off the day's action. Win
First leg,
here
it's David
for
to
Lorenzo.
throw
He'll have a
Game on.
2-point lead at the top of the table. However, if Lorenzo loses this game by 2 legs or more, then he will find himself in second position, and it would be Carl Sneed that would top the way.
140.
Got a question for you,
78.
Oh no.
Henry.
Oh no.
I've noticed that when you say Lorenzo's surname,
59.
you say it with such pronkiness. Are you worried about saying something else?
180.
Yes.
I thought so.
60.
Yes, I thought that was the case, Henry.
Well, there is a word which could come very close to pronk, which I don't really want to say live on air.
100. Lorenzo, you require 120.
120 for Lorenzo.
So top set.
80. David,
Can't find it. So a chance now for
142.
David to take out 142. Finds it. Tops.
102.
Can't find the
Lorenzo requires
tops.
40.
So chance now for Pronk to take out
Gauge on the
tops, and
first
he
leg.
does.
Lorenzo Pronk.
Plonks the tops. And for David Fatum, he's wondering what is
Lorenzo
happening
to throw
here.
First. Game on.
Dejection
60.
for David in the background. Can't quite believe his performance today.
$122. $125. $100.
Does manage to find the treble with his last start, which needed.
100.
This is much more like it from David so far. The scoring is
83.
pretty much there. I think the annoyance will be it's taken him so long in the day to kind of find this type of scoring power.
80.
Yeah, it could be the change of shirt.
The question I have is how many has he
84.
got?
Lorenzo, you require
Well, we'll find out over the course of the
136.
week, won't we? Finds the treble 20.
120.
Just misses the double
David, you
8
require
to
112.
take out a 136. It's a chance now for David for 112. Needs the treble 20. Finds it. Double 16. And
Gauge
finds
on
that
the
too.
second leg.
Takes the
David
second leg of the
Fatum.
match and levels the score at 1 apiece.
So that gets David to throw first. Game on.
Well, that was fantastic from Fatum, and we are back on an even kilter.
140.
This is much more like it. Much more like it. He's doing more, and he's hoping to get more out of
140.
this game, David Fatum.
$140.
This is definitely a different David to his previous matches today.
60.
2 140s on the bounce for him. Can he make it a third? He does.
140.
Leaves himself on 81 after 9.
That first dart is hitting now, isn't it, for David?
40. David, you require 81.
And that's unfortunate.
Double 12,
Game
11
shown
darter.
the third
Where's
leg.
that been?
David Fatum.
Well, that's exactly what he can do.
Fourth
And,
leg is Lorenzo to throw
and he's
first.
saying to
Game.
himself there, where's that come from?
I get the sense we're going to have a little bit of fun with David this week.
98.
Average of 107.05. Now, I don't know what's happened, but suddenly something's been turned on the last couple of games
100.
because he saw an absolute corker between Sneed and Hamilton, and it's being followed up by a tremendous contest between these two.
70. $58. 100.
Well, a ton there for Lorenzo.
100.
And a ton there for David. So pretty neck and neck at the moment in this leg.
99.
Well, Pronk is first to a finish. What can Fatum do by way of response?
76. Lorenzo, you require 134.
So 134. It's on.
114.
Just misses a
David,
double
you require
10.
167.
So opportunity now for David to take out the 167. Can't be done now. So Lorenzo will return
64.
for double 10.
Lorenzo, you require 20.
You get the sense this is a real key passage of play in this particular contest. Pronk
15.
misses three
David,
at
you
10s and
require
5s, and Fatum comes
103.
back having already taken out the 112 for 103 to get the break, lead 3-1, and if he breaks here, he could break the back of the contest. And he's going to get a dart at double 12, which
79.
isn't too far away.
Lorenzo, you require 5.
Double 2 then.
Game show on the fourth
Double
leg.
2 he takes to level the
Lorenzo
match at 2
Croft.
apiece.
Fifth leg, it's David to throw first. Game on. 96. 60.
Well, a maximum of 3 more legs to be played on this Monday afternoon here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
41.
We'll be back to do it all over again tomorrow morning from 9:30 a.m. on Pluto TV.
71.
So bright and early.
Yep, another 6 a.m. alarm.
60.
Yippee!
I'll nudge you gently this time. That's your alarm. I'll just nudge you.
81.
To be fair, it's much easier in the summertime when the sun's actually out when you wake up. It's when you're in the middle of December and you leave your house at 7:15 and you've got to de-ice the car and it's still dark outside. It's freezing
140.
cold. Oh, it's horrid. Ugh.
Anyway, it's summertime.
59. David, you require 164.
So 164 now for David.
$121.
Well, I think he's miscounted there.
Well, something's gone awry,
60,
but
David,
he's going to get away with it because Lorenzo, in terms of the scoring stakes in this leg, has been nowhere to be seen. He's just about left himself on the fish after 15. So double 16. It's gone further away.
Lorenzo, you require 170.
Well, this would be nice if this goes. Well, can't be done.
43.
So David
requires
to take out
32.
double 16 for a 3-2 lead. And he does
on
so
the fifth leg. David
with his
Fatum.
first start and moves ahead by 3 legs to 2.
Sixth leg is Lorenzo to throw first.
Well, he's asking
Game
all
on.
the questions of himself more than anything else, but it's Lorenzo Pronk who's got to come up with the answers. He finds himself trailing, and
41.
he'll know the opportunity at hand. If he wins this game, he'll be top of the table overnight. But if Fatum wins this leg, then incredibly, it'd be Carl Sneed that leads the way.
95.
David currently averaging 93.93 against Lorenzo's 82.38.
123.
This is definitely David's best game of the day. And he could actually come out
174.
with a win. It's great darts there by David.
I bet the nagging frustration would be, why is it only come right at the very end of the
140.
day? But he'll find himself on the board. And I think the task will be from this point onwards, probably not to win the group, but to make sure that he's in Group B on Thursday and Friday. That'll probably be
100.
prerogative number 1 now for him.
$61. David Rock 132.
Now starts on the bullseye. Goes for another bullseye. This would be a great shot. Double 16. Oh, and just misses it.
116. Lorenzo
What a
Rock
shot that would have been.
136.
A chance now for Lorenzo to take out 136.
96. David, you
But
require.
now David coming
16.
back for double 8.
Well, he's bided his time to get his first win of the day, and it's all clicked
David
together for
Fatum.
David Fatum as he gets the better of Lorenzo Pronk by 4 legs to 2. Average just under 97. You can see the smile beaming from ear to ear, even with that little shake of the head. It got there in the end. He got there in the end. This is how the game went statistically. 97 average, 4 for 9 on his doubles. We'll have reaction and analysis to all of the day's play on the other side of this short break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the first day's worth of action has been completed in Group A. And before the break, we saw David Fatum beat Lorenzo Pronk by 4 legs to 2. And that means that Lorenzo will not be top of the table overnight. It's actually going to be Carl Sneed that leads the table going into Tuesday's play, which after the first few rounds of play probably didn't feel like a conceivability, particularly after the quick start that Andy Hamilton made to proceedings. But 4 players all tied, 6 points to their name going into Tuesday's action. Ricardo, Ulrich and David Fatum are the 2 players that are going to have to make chase. But look, Trina Gulliver alongside me here in the studio, 4 players tied at the top of the table. There was probably a point at the beginning of the day we probably didn't expect that to happen.
No, we didn't. Andy Hamilton started off great and, continued through halfway through the day without making a mistake. And, he was looking well to top the table. But as we see now, Carl sneaked up and managed to get to the top of the table.
Carl Sneed leads the way, having had a very strong end to the day. And that performance there against Andy Hamilton, that's the type of performance we've seen from him on tour this year. Yeah,
absolutely brilliant performance. 100 plus average. I can't remember now what it was. But, a great performance there from him. And, great results.
Is it, I suppose, a little bit ominous, the fact that the first few games he didn't play at his best, but yet it's now got to gear and is top of the table?
Yeah, I mean, he'll be pleased with that, because the way he started, it wasn't promising, but he's managed to up his game quite a lot, and he's managed to get himself in that position.
In terms of Lorenzo, he'd be disappointed not to have won that last game there, but 6 points, he'll take that for the opening day. Yeah,
of course he will. Yeah, that's a good result for him, and he's done really well, better than he did previously, and it takes out a 160 there against Carl, and he's played well today.
And Lorenzo can use this as a real building board, can't he, going forward? This could be a real springboard for the rest of this Group A to come.
Yeah, absolutely. He's put himself in good stead, and he'll build on that tomorrow and Wednesday, and we'll see where it goes.
Well, Andy Hamilton feel opportunity missed today when you consider the start that he made to proceedings.
Yeah, I think he'll be a bit disappointed in the fact that he started off so well, like you said, and tended to fade off a little bit, but there was good games against him as well, so there's only so much you can do, and but he will be disappointed going away today, I think.
And I suppose the irony is he saved his best performance for the one that he ended up losing in the end. But I can imagine, knowing what Andy's like and the way that he's been talking recently, he'll look back at this with glass half full, won't he?
Oh yeah, absolutely. He'll be back tomorrow, and he'll be thinking, right, okay, yesterday's done and dusted. All I can do is improve on today, and that's what he'll do. And he's got so much grit and determination. I'm sure he'll get there.
In terms of Joe Croft, obviously he's the other player on 6 points. Will he be the one that's felt as if he's kind of squeezed the lemon for what it's worth? He's got out of today everything that he possibly could have. Joe Croft.
Joe. Yeah, Joe. Joe's been a bit hit and miss today, and he started off bit dodgy, and then he had moments of brilliance, and then he had that poor game in the one, and then he came back firing on all cylinders in the following, and it was Joe Croft we know.
The doubling just caused him so many problems.
Yeah, it did. The doubling was a bit of a nightmare for him today, but once he got everything together, he got a good game there. So he'll be hoping for better tomorrow anyway.
Let's talk about the bottom 2. We'll begin with Ricardo. Obviously, we saw some of his numbers coming into this. They looked very encouraging. Has it just taken him a little while to acclimatise to the stage environment? Yeah,
I think so. When you come here for the first time at Modus, you see it on the TV, don't you? And when you come here, it's different. It is different when you walk through them doors. I mean, the image from the outside doesn't look nothing like what it is here in the studio, and it takes some getting used to, and tomorrow will be a different day for him, and he'll come in tomorrow and think, right, okay, I've got that day underneath my belt. I know what it's all about now, and let's move forward.
As for David Fatum, lost his first 4 and then just suddenly turned up against Lorenzo.
Well, I don't know where that come from. I don't think he did either. I mean, he just blitzed that last game, and had a fantastic game and is by far the best game of the day.
He travelled down this morning from Sells. He was dropped off by Matt Clark, a 3-time weekly winner here. The fact that he would have been in Selsey and it's about an hour's drive, could that have possibly played a part early on? Maybe a little bit of tiredness?
Maybe. He's been travelling a lot, hasn't he, just lately? And he's had a full-on couple of months. So, fatigue does come into this. You're getting towards the end of the day and the fatigue does get there.
Day one of the week, what would be your overall assessment of what we've seen so far?
Well, as the table suggests, it's wide open, isn't it? It's, at the start of the day, Andy looked to be in control, and now we've got Carl at the top, where we wouldn't have thought that would have happened halfway through.
In terms of that table then, we see the 4 players on 6 points. Of those 4 in particular, who do you expect to make the biggest move going into tomorrow?
Probably Andy, just because of his passion and he works hard at what he's doing. And I think that will be the thing with him. However, you've got Carl there that's coming to the fore now as well, and he's really beginning to show his game.
And this is how the tournament bracket will break down then for the rest of the week. We've seen the 6 players in Group A, but just a word on Group B. Justin Smith, Reece Colley and Conor Heenahan. Now, they're all former weekly winners in this building, but I just get the sense they're coming into this week maybe with a point to prove because maybe previous appearances haven't quite gone to plan for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great lineup, isn't it, there? And obviously Conor has got a reputation of hitting 9 darters here as well. So that's going to be... He'll be looking for another one, of course he will.
Hey, for the very best, and it means that he's going to ensure that he has an outright lead. And hey, I guess for the Saturday, we've not had one in front of a crowd here yet, which is staggering when you think about it.
Yeah, it would be fantastic, wouldn't it? But, perhaps the crowd plays a part there. It's been so deadly quiet here all week, hasn't it? And then when the Saturday night comes, there's a bit of a crowd and a bit more noise to contend with.
I tell you what, Trina, I've got a feeling it goes on Saturday.
Have you? You're braver than me.
If it goes, I look a genius. If not, I look stupid as ever. But Trina, thank you so much for your company as ever. I shall see you again tomorrow morning. We shall see you again tomorrow morning as well. But before that, plenty coming up across Pluto TV. The latest edition of the Tungsten Talk will feature Andy Hamilton. That's coming up in a few moments' time. And then Phil Taylor is going to be in conversation at tea time this evening, talking about the emergence of Luke Littler, the world champion, and of course looking to win the match play in a few weeks' time. World Cup, of course, later on in the week. Tomorrow the live darts continues. That is a younger looking David Fatum in your picture there. He'll be looking to pick up some victories from 9:30 a.m. and then it all builds up to a crescendo on Saturday night from 7:30. We get underway where the 5th name into Champions Week will be confirmed, and it's a Champions Week already, which is looking absolutely stacked as far as big names are concerned. And well, Carl Sneed, the man who's had a fantastic year on the Challenge Tour, he is top of the table, and he'll be looking to continue a great 2025 with an appearance at Champions Week for the very first time, looking to join a stellar list of names, which includes the WDF World Champion, Shane McGuire.
Game shot on the ball.
Welcome
there,
to the
Kurt
world
Parry.
of Kurt Parry. When he plays well, he can do anything. He's on 76 after 9 to win the match. That
Game
match
shot.
is
And the
his.
match, Jamal Van Den Heeren.
It's McGuire against Scotland in this group. 888.
Game
Campbell
shot.
starts
And
with
the
a
match, Scott
big
Campbell.
win to become the biggest Jamal Van Den Heeren fan
Game
in the
shot.
place.
And the match, Kurt
He's
Parry.
still alive. I'm not even sure that step needed to be found,
Game
but he
shot
finds the
second leg,
130 on the
Scott
ball.
Campbell.
Dream shot this 112. 2 darts at the treble you've been throwing at the whole game. Take your pick.
Game shot.
He takes
and the
his
match,
pick.
Scott Campbell.
And Scott Campbell has bossed Group 2.
Game
And that's
shot.
what it
And
does.
the match, Jamal Van Den Heeren.
Is Shane progressing? Of course he is. And it's double 4. Shane is just too good. There's no pressure on this. What pressure? Bullseye.
Game start in the 4th leg.
How impressive is that?
Game start and the
What a display from that man right there.
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit. And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout player.
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!